Ready? Sure. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement hearing. Today is June 5th. It is 9:01 by Verizon's time. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the Special Magistrate for today's hearing. A little bit about process. When you hear your case called, the City Code Enforcement staff is going to come to the podium to my left. You will come to the podium to my right. The city will put on its case, show me any documents that they'd wish to enter into the record, present any witnesses they have. Once the city is complete, you will have a chance to give me any documents you have, cross-examine any witnesses that the city's called, say to me anything you'd like me to hear in consideration of your case this morning. At the end of all of that, I'll make a final ruling, and you'll either get a copy of that as you walk out the door today or in the mail. With that said, the first thing I'm going to do is swear in everybody who's here to speak on any items on today's agenda. So if you're here to speak on any item, if you could stand for me if you're able, and raise your right hands. Do you all swear from to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. You may be seated, and with that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case number 7, 3600 North Australian Avenue, CE 24041741. Number 7, 3600 North Australian Avenue. Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Do we have any? Oh, I don't know. Are there some? Sorry.
Do you swear from to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good morning. I am Code Officer KT Weaver for the City of West Palm Beach. While riding in my zone, I observed several violations at 3600 North Australian Avenue. I took photos of the property which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I then initiated my investigation, citing the following violations. The property was cited 474-4-C-4, trim trees, hedges obstructing the right-of-way, which has complied. 94-487-B-1, prohibited vehicle, which was parked on the property, that has complied. 18-106-B, excessive growth, which has been complied. 94-482-A, driveway in disrepair, and 18106-A, clean and sanitary, including pressure washing, edging, etc. Those two have not been complied as of yet. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on April the 16th of 2024. The affidavit of posting was completed on April the 16th of 2024, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on April the 8th of 2024. Certified mail was signed for. I revisited the property on June 4th of 2024 and observed the property still in violation of 94-482A and 18106A. Reinspection photos were taken on June 4th showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case. I have had contact with the registered agent, Father Winston Wright, and the city is requesting an additional 90 days to gain compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved. Good morning. haven't even looked at the codes on the agenda, I'm sorry. Let's see.
My mic, sorry.
Yeah, well, it's showing two on here, which is the B and the A, 18106B and A, which A is still open as well as, but the B for the overgrowth has been complied.
And yes, that was your testimony. We just don't have the other, if you just could put it on the record again, the other citation that's
Yes.
here before the
Okay.
special magistrate.
The other violation is 94-482-A, driveway in disrepair.
Okay, and you're saying that's not complied with at this time?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified that the photographs we're seeing accurately and truthfully depict what you observed the violations to be?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Magistrate.
Thank you. Could I see the notice of violation when you get a second? All right, there's the 94-482A. Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, sir. Your name for the record
Wesley Johnson.
and your relation to the property?
I am a junior warden of the church. I'm in charge of the property, I oversee the repairs and.
Okay, so the owners of the church know that you're here on their behalf this morning?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
very good. All right, you see the documents scrolling on the screens on both sides of me? That's the notice documents for today's hearing and the photographs. Do you have any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
But what are the pictures?
She can open them again, but they're the photos, the original photos that the code enforcement officer took, and then her reinspection photos. It sounds like from her testimony that many of the items have complied. There are only two that remain outstanding.
Yes, apparently it's a problem with misunderstanding. Canon Winston didn't seem to know exactly, where we have fallen short. Because since we received the notice, we employed a new landscaping company. You can
I have spoken with them.
say that the property has been improved. So the outstanding were not very clear.
So let me ask the code enforcement officer to explain to you the two things that she's testified are still out of compliance, just so you understand when you leave here this morning, okay?
Exactly, okay.
I can explain to him, this is my first time meeting him. I have met with Father Winston. I have gone out there and we walked the property, and I did in detail show him everything that needed to be done, along with the new landscaper that he is referencing. But if you'll go to my reinspection photos, I'll show you what is remaining.
Okay.
And the majority of it is on that back side, the 39th Street Court side, that,
Where the houses are.
that's supposed to, no ma'am. It should be reinspection, I can't see it from here. As of yesterday's date, do you have 6-4 on there? Okay. No, that's, okay, hold on, that's just a picture from Google Map. This is the property on that. Yes, ma'am. This is the picture that goes back as far as 2007, that driveway that's back there in the back of the church. It is supposed to be a driveway. It was starting to be in disrepair until 2007. If you go to current photos, you'll see that it doesn't even look like a driveway. It's just so much dirt and debris and stuff that has grown over years. And even part of the sidewalk is filled with grass and dirt and everything to stop keep going through those, and I'll show you on those. But we want to that was the vehicle, but that has since been moved.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the back. That's the sidewalk, that little strip that was part of the sidewalk. This is how it originally looked, going through that whole side. Keep going slowly through the photos. And they have done some pressure washing. They have a problem with erosion up in that area. There's vehicles that you can see have been driving on and parking and doing that sort of thing. A lot of the back side of the church, no maintenance was done, and when I walked the father around, he said that the previous landscaper was not even touching the back, which you can tell that he was not. But all of this is from the sidewalk going around the back. So for the front half of the church was being maintained. When you get to about the middle portion, going down the sidewalk on Australian Avenue, which is that, and on around back, none of that was being touched. Trees, debris all through the property. The property, like I said, is not overgrown as far as the grass and stuff has been cut, but whomever is cutting the grass, as of yesterday, they're not picking up any of the trash that's in the grass, so you got all this trash that has been mowed over, and now it's just all over the place within the grass. There's also still a pallet and a hubcap from a car, also in the swell of the property. And like I said, the driveway and that little portion of sidewalk is still not done. So the driveway is gonna have to be redone as well as a permit pulled for that. So that's why I'm requesting the 90 days, so that they'll have time to pull the permit and get the driveway done.
All right, so sir, does that make sense? So you have two code sections that the code officer is indicating there are still not in compliance. The driveway in disrepair, so she's saying the driveway in the rear, correct?
Yes,
Needs to be, it's been grown over with grass and dirt, so you need to fix that. As she's saying, get a permit and fix the driveway. And then she's also saying that you're still in violation of section 18-106A, which is clean and sanitary. So she's indicating in those photos are showing that there's some garbage and some miscellaneous items throughout the property that need to be picked up. Do you understand that?
I want her clarification on the driveway. Are you talking about the driveway that leads to the gate that goes into the
Yes.
court?
yes, in the backside, yes, sir. If you go back there, you'll see where it used to be an asphalt driveway. Now, it looks as though it was just a dirt driveway, because that so much had built up on that, till it looks like this area here just looks like grass and dirt and leaves and stuff are there now that makes you wonder if it was a driveway or not. So that's why I showed the previous picture from 2007 to say that, yes, it was a driveway. And so it needs to go back to the original state that it was in prior to all of this buildup.
Okay, and also you showed the photos of the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
I have some pictures that I took this morning. The sidewalk is in total disrepair. You know, it's all cracked up and all of that, so
A lot
it's
of the
not,
portions are.
Yeah.
And I did speak with Father Winston, and I advised him to contact the city to get all of those portions that are cracked and broken up, to get them to come out and repair that. All you have to do is make a phone call, which I don't know if he relayed that to you, but now that I'm speaking with you, yes, if you will make a phone call, they will come out and repair all that. But then too, you have to make sure that people aren't parking on that, because that's how that's getting all broken up, from vehicles pulling on and off of there. So maybe you should put a few more signs along that
no
strip.
trespassing signs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay,
Does that make sense, sir?
yes.
Okay, very good. And the city is asking me to give you 90 days to complete those items. That seems like more than enough time. Are you in agreement with that?
Totally agree and appreciate it.
Yeah, that seems like more time than you'll need, but that way you get, if you need to get a permit for the driveway, you got plenty of time to do that.
Okay.
All right, back to the documents. Any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
Except the photos that she had of the sidewalk. You know, like I said, I have more recent photos that show.
I have some recent too. I don't know, I
Yes, the
can't see
ones
my
you
file,
showed
but
me.
I have some as of yesterday.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
And that's not at issue today. That's not your responsibility, as she's told you, contact the city and the city will go out there and fix those.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
All right, anything else that you'd like me to hear, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay, anything else from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, in case CE 24041741, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the testimony of the city code officer as well as the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the respondent, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106A and 94482A. And I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. So make sure you start on the driveway sooner rather than later, because 90 days is plenty of time, but you want to get through that process, okay, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and back to some building cases. I wasn't sure that they were on the agenda. Number 8, 425 18th Street, CEBLD 23120488, 425 18th Street.
Good morning. My name is Saul I'm with the City of West Palm Beach Building Inspector. May I suggest you called 425? The 417 and 421 are all part of the same thing, so I believe that's what there are more people here. It's one building, so maybe, is it okay that they're all here at the same time, so we're not going over the same, it's all the same issue?
I believe the case that was called was number 8, correct?
Yes, I believe he wants to call 8, 9, and 10 together. They're all
Yeah.
similar.
Are you wanting to call them all together or separately?
Together. So we don't have to repeat the same, it's the same issue for each one. It's one building, if you want.
Different units in the
Yeah.
same building, is that?
And it's a fence area that they put in back of the house.
It looks like 8, 9, 10. Yeah, everybody can stand there. You can go ahead and call the rest of them into the record. And as we go through them, you can make note that the same testimony applies. But because there are separate units, I presume the city wants 3 separate orders, so I'll make
Correct.
rulings
We'll
on
go on
each of the
sep-
3.
Correct, Magistrate, it's your preference.
He can provide all the testimony, and then I'll make a ruling on each one
Okay.
as we go.
Okay, number 9, CEBLD 231200483, and number 10, CEBLD 231200482, 421 18th Street.
So I don't know which one we're starting on, but.
Start with 8, please.
And if you may,
What-
speak closer to the microphone so your testimony can be on the record.
Okay, which, I don't know which one's number 8.
425 18th Street.
Okay. My name is Saul, and I'm with the City of West Palm Beach, City Inspector.
I'm sorry, sir, for the record, could you put your full name on the record?
Saul Yarmish.
Okay, thank you.
The address, 425 18th Street, I observed that the water meter was inside a closed fence. I issued the violation on 12/5/2023. A certified mail, regular mail was sent to them on 5/20/2024, was posted on the property in the City Hall on 5/16/2024. The certified mail was delivered and picked up on 5/23/2024. I observed again that the water meter was inside the enclosed fence area. I do not have any, I don't think there are any pictures. I didn't take any pictures because the fence was blocking everything and I couldn't get inside the area. But what I'd like to, I'm not sure that this is part of because I didn't see it in the documents, if I may show the permit that they received. So a permit was issued and it was inspected. The problem with the permit is it specifically says that the water meter company disapproves the permit. It says it must be outside the enclosure. And they installed it inside the enclosure. They enclosed the water meter, which I could not see, only through some slats that I was able to see that the water meter was inside the fence. And that's why they were issued a citation for the water meter being inside. It was, the exact citation was FBC 3308.2. That was issued to them. Can I?
Sure.
So this is the survey with the whole fence that is given, that I just pulled one
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead. And I'll have it, I just have some questions,
Go ahead.
Magistrate. Are you finished with your
Yes,
testimony? Okay, so your testimony, sir, is that you were able to observe through spacing in the fence that the meter is enclosed? There's a meter behind the fence, is that your testimony?
yes,
Okay, and the violation is a permit was issued prior to the meter being fenced around, or a permit was issued to fence around the meter? I'm not clear.
a permit was issued to install a fence.
Okay,
It specifically, that was the permit that was sent through for approvals. The water department disapproved it, as it shows on that for that, I think, if that one was for 425 that I printed out. And it says that a water meter must be outside the enclosure.
so is this permit that you've given me, is it a permit that has been given? I get the issue that it has to be outside, but what I need clarity on, is this a permit, is this a valid permit or not a valid
A
permit?
valid permit was issued, the property was inspected by a third-party inspector, not by myself.
Sure.
It was inspected and approved. The issue was that the water department then complained that they cannot read the water meters.
And when you say the water department, the city's water department?
Yes.
Okay. So the city issued a valid permit regarding the fencing. However, the water utilities is saying that the meter must be outside of the fencing.
Yes, they
The violation is, I'm sorry, and the violation is under the building code?
what they told me under FBC 3308.2 utility fixtures.
Okay, and FBC, just for my clarity, is it the building, is it a building code violation?
Usually starts, Florida Building Code, that's what it usually is.
Okay.
And I'm not,
That-
this is what they told me to put down,
And when you say "they," just for
My-
the record,
my chief inspector.
okay. If you may hand it to the special magistrate.
Thank you.
And what are you asking as far as time to remedy the,
So, I recommend, the city recommends 60 days and to comply, and then $50 for every day afterwards.
and please advise, what would compliance mean? Are you wanting them to remove the fence? And what are you asking for the compliance?
That the water meter be outside the fence. There's different ways that it can be done, and that's up to them to decide on how to do it. I can make a suggestion, which I have made to them, on how to do it, but they're afraid of losing a little portion of their backyard.
All right, hold on just one second. I'll get to you guys in just one second. Let me ask city staff a question. Is there a permit requirement to install the meter? Who installs the meter?
The
A
city,
private
when it
plumber?
gets, when the home was built, the water meters are installed. It's all part of when they build a house.
My understanding is the city that does the metering, special magistrate, from previous cases I've handled.
Okay.
Okay.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code.
And you were sworn, Ms. Lester, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, go ahead.
All water meters are installed by the city,
Right.
and they're installed in the perimeter of the property. And no meter can be encased within a fence or wall, anything that obstructs the meter department from actually having access to that meter.
So is it an issue of there can't be a fence, or there has to
It
be a
can't be a
gate to
fence.
allow?
But they got to put it in a way where it will have access to the meters.
So there has to be a gate or some unlocked?
Gate, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that additional testimony. And I guess just one more question for city staff, and then I'll turn to the folks who are here. How did this case originate? Was this a complaint? Or,
My chief inspector asked me to go down there, told me that to check to see where the water meters are.
okay. And this is a multi-unit building, is that what your testimony
Yes.
was? Okay. All right, anything further from the city before I turn to the respondents?
No, Your Honor, just that the city requests that you enter into evidence and the record, the testimony, the permits provided and the case file into the record, please.
Okay. And then I guess just one more question on the permit. So your statement to the city attorney was that this is a valid permit, however, the disapproved option is circled. So is this an issued permit or not?
Yes, it is an issued permit.
So how does a permit get issued if somebody has not approved?
Good question.
Okay, and while I hear from the respondents, I'm going to be asking the city attorney about estoppel issues.
Correct,
so-
Your Special Magistrate. Again, just for my clarity, my understanding in the chronological order of events, the permit was issued regarding the fence, correct? And I see nodding over there. After the fence was enacted or implemented, then there was a second inspection, and then there was an issue regarding the enclosure of the meter. Is that correct? Am I getting it?
So the let me make sure I understand what you're saying. The water meter was there.
Correct.
They went and applied for a permit to install a fence. It went through the approvals of the departments that it needs to be approved by. The utility company disapproved it. Everybody else approved it. They approved it, I want to say, on the condition that it is outside the fence. The water meter, based on the disapproval from the water company, it was approved just that it was outside the fence.
And when you're saying the water company, are you referring to the city's utilities department?
Yes, the city
Okay.
utility disapproved it. Everybody else approved it, this is my opinion, on the disapproval that it would be outside the fence. They wouldn't enclose it. That's what the approval was based on, I'm gathering. I presume that it was missed, that section was missed by the installer, and they went ahead and enclosed the whole thing.
Want me to hear from respondents while you think about that?
Yes, Magistrate.
All right. And just so the record is completely clear, I first want to hear from the folks who are representing 425. So I see a bunch of you. I don't know if all of you are here I know you're in the same building, but go ahead. If you guys are the ones for 425, go ahead and give me your names.
My name is Erin Vickers,
Okay.
and my name is Cece Williams.
And what's your relation? Are you tenants?
No,
owners.
we're
You're
homeowners.
owners, okay. Who's Elizabeth Gordon?
I have no
We
idea.
have no idea.
That's not you? No, you don't know who that is either. So let me, if I could see the property appraiser sheet. Can I see the property appraiser sheet for this one? That might be it there, yeah. Confidential record, okay. So what kind of building is this? Is this a townhouse? Okay, very good. So you own this unit in fee simple? Okay,
Yes.
very good. So go ahead, you've heard what the city said. Explain to me what you think has happened here.
I think the city messed up. Someone messed up.
Okay.
Because we did the proper channels to get the gate. We didn't, I don't know how about this letter from the city of West Palm saying we didn't get it. We have no knowledge of that in our paper. We have everything in our papers. When we first received the first letter on our walls, I came down here to see what was going on. I'm like, but my gate is never locked. I don't understand the issue. My gate is always open. We
So-
have an opening on our gate and it's
So,
never
so,
locked.
hold, let me have you pause there. So there is a gate on the fence, correct? Where is the gate?
It's in the back.
In the backyard?
in the backyard.
Okay. Is the water meter in the backyard?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I've came up here to see what was going on. No one could tell me anything. They gave me an email to email planning. I emailed planning. I have not received anything, and this was December 28th. It's like we keep calling, we keep seeing what's going on, but no one could give us answers. And then we finally received this court hearing, but nobody ever answered the first one.
Okay. Okay. And you hired the person who put in the fence, is that right? Okay. All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
You have something to say?
No.
All right, and then just while you're standing there, so we stay true to process, the documents that you've seen on the screen, the photos and the notice documents for today's hearing, obviously you're here, so their notice worked, and there's an affidavit, but any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
We don't even know who
I
that
know-
person
yeah.
is.
The name, okay, I understand
And that
that's,
address on top, the Elizabeth Gordon mailing address. Like,
okay.
and the mailing address that he said that we all received, I
We
never
didn't.
received anything in mail. The
No,
only
sir.
thing I received that what was attached to my gate
To your
on the
door,
final approval.
okay.
And for the record, two of us never received this last letter that was came. We never
Okay, we'll
received-
get to, if you're for a different address, we'll get there in a minute. Can you go back to that? That was a different address. .306, this is not 306, right? This is 325. So can you pull up the notice of violation for me? That's the posting, let's see.
So ma'am,
Okay, it's hard to tell from Papa. Okay, so that's a mailing address. Let me ask the city, what's your response to their testimony that there is a gate in the back that
I-
provides access through the fence?
I've been there, sometimes there are gates, I can't say specific which home, but some of them are locked, sometimes it's open. The city, the city utility is the one who has to decide that it's okay. They were saying gate cannot be there, it's not acceptable because it can be locked, and they can't get into it.
Well, but do you have a photograph showing me that the gate is locked?
No, I do not.
I have a Ring camera, and I have not yet seen any city come look to check not one gate. And my Ring camera showed my backyard, all of my neighbors in the backyard, and it will alert anybody that walks past there. Not one alert from the city trying to enter anyone's water meter at all, not even the neighbors in the back of us.
Okay.
So I don't even know when he came, because my camera catches everything.
I just, as far as me, and I assume that it would be all city, I cannot go into somebody's backyard without their permission. I cannot open their gate, it's private property. I'm not allowed to do that. So I do not touch anybody's property without their permission. But
Right,
I could
I understand that.
observe from the outside,
Right.
standing outside.
Let me ask this city attorney, I think the permit is a problem. I'm not sure how the respondents don't have an equitable estoppel argument. I don't think the permit should have been issued. I'm not sure how this is really an issued permit if it's marked disapproved, so I'm still not quite clear on that.
As am I, Special Magistrate, at this point in time, and I do appreciate everyone being here, the city would request for this to be continued and for us to reconvene regarding the matter with the Special Magistrate's permission, unless you're wanting and willing to make a ruling at this point. I think the evidence needs to be fleshed out a little bit more as it relates to the permit and the sequence of events. I am aware that the city's preference and what we want as far as the utilities department is, of course, for the meter to be not encumbered so that
Right.
it can be easily accessible to be read. I do understand that. Regarding this specific issue, the specific building and the permit issuance, I think it needs to be reviewed again before requesting any penalties regarding the resident.
Can I say something? Let me ask you to hold off, unless you're specific to 425. Let me. I'm on the same building. Yeah, I'll hear you on your case. Because of, I'm not sure if there's the same permit on the next two cases. My concern is the evidence I have here today. I don't have testimony from city staff that the gate is locked. I have testimony from the owner that there is a gate that provides access. So I don't know that I'm even willing to continue it, because that requires them to come back here to a subsequent hearing. I think this needs to be reset for another hearing, if in fact you come to the conclusion that the permit creates an issue. I'm not sure that I have enough testimony to even to find them in violation at this point.
And I absolutely defer to the special magistrate. I don't think the violation issue is the gate, whether it's locked or not. I think the access is that, the issue is that the fence is encumbering the meter, whether the gate is there and it's accessible, as testified by the building officer. We do not go on someone's property without prior permission. So the expectation is that the meter is unencumbered and easily accessible at all times. So I don't really think the gate is the issue, but again, I don't think the evidence presented here is clear enough for the special magistrate to make a ruling. So I would ask for a continuance and/or reset.
Excuse me. What if we put a letter on the, something on the gate says, city workers are welcome to come in? Just like a no trespassing?
I can't make that determination.
But can we make that determination for the city to let them know that there are?
I don't think at this point in time, and I totally appreciate you wanting to work it out and give us that access. I am not comfortable making that decision at this time. Again, I think the city's preference, which is understandable, is that it's easily accessible and there's no obstacle or encumbrances to read the meter.
All right, anything further from you ladies on 425?
No.
And let me ask the building department staff, Mr. Yarmouche, your testimony was that they're allowed to have a fence, correct? They just have to be.
I didn't, no, that's not that was the other testified that it was okay.
That's right, the code officer.
I didn't say that it's okay to have a fence. I do not know what I was told is that it has to be accessible without going on the property, of their property. So whether a gate is acceptable or not is not, I'm not the one to determine that.
Okay. All right. Are there similar permits in the other two cases?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me rule on this one then. The evidence I have here, based on the testimony I've heard, the evidence is that there is no violation. You have a valid permit that's been issued by the city, testimony from the respondent that there is access to the property, and I don't have photographs showing that there isn't property. The code section that you've cited is that building materials, fences, or any obstruction shall not be placed so as to obstruct free approach. Your testimony is there's a fence, but the respondent's and the owner's testimony is that there's access through the fence to the meter. So I don't have the evidence here today, and even if there was evidence, I think the fact that the city issued a permit for the fence creates an estoppel issue, or excuse me, an estoppel problem for the city because of the owners relied on the issuance of the permit to install the fence. So with that, in case CEBLD 231-20488, I'm going to issue an order finding no violation. I'm not going to enter any excuse me, I am going to enter the city's case file into the record, which also includes the permit, which is a 2-page document. It doesn't have a permit number. Is this the permit number at the bottom?
I'm not sure. I just printed out one page of all instead of getting the whole.
All right, for the record, the document says official permit record. It says a date of 6/6/23, and it has a number of 230-51282.
Yes.
Page 2 of that is looks to be a partial half a sheet of a map. I'll enter that into the record as part of the case file, as well as the documents that are on the screen. But again, given issuance of the building permit and the testimony here this morning, I'm going to issue an order finding no violation. And I'll keep this and I'll give it to city staff so it stays in the case file, if that's okay. All right, if you want to move to 417.
Special Magistrate, just for some clarity, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And just because we have the residents here, that does not, because the court, the Special Magistrate has not found a violation presently, does not preclude us from further looking into the matter, and perhaps there's further violation that may be pending.
That's exactly right. So the order that you're going to get from this morning's hearing is strictly based on the testimony that I had in front of me this morning. I don't have enough to find you in violation, but as she's saying, that doesn't preclude the city from bringing another case against you. But as it relates to the testimony that I've heard this morning and the documents that I have in front of me for this morning's hearing, I'm not finding you in violation this morning, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Thank you.
And on
Wanna
to
go to-
417 18th Street.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Hold on 1 second for me, sir. You'll get to go in just 1 second. Mr. Yarmouche, your testimony is the same as the previous case?
Yes.
Do you have a similar permit?
I did not print it out because it was just one, that's what I showed the whole survey. The previous was a survey of the property and for each lot. And,
But this permit specifically references 425.
correct. I just printed out that sheet. I didn't print out the other. It's all the same. But if it's not enough, then I apologize for not getting all the information.
I have a copy. If you like.
All right, let me ask the city attorney, without the permit, do you wish to proceed?
No, Special Magistrate.
You'd wish to pull this from the agenda?
That is correct, and as well as the other address, given in light of the Special Magistrate previous rulings.
Okay. All right, so what the city is asking me is to pull this case and the next case. Unfortunately, you've come down here this morning, but I think it's actually beneficial to you for these to be pulled. Sounds like to me the city is going to, based on my previous ruling, better review its files and then get with you on what's happened and what happens from here. So if you're not already in contact with the city, I would ask that city staff give you a card if they have a card. I presume you all know each other and have been dealing with each other, but if not, if city staff can make sure that they have the information to contact you. But with that, without objection from either the folks from 417, and I guess we'll keep 421 separate, but any objection, sir, to this case being pulled from the agenda?
Not at the moment.
Okay, very good. With that, I'll just to have the record reflect that case number 9 is being pulled.
And then for 421 18th Street.
Good morning.
Is the city's request the same on number 10, is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Okay.
Okay, well, this is what I'd like to say, that if we can keep in mind, this is almost a year we had this fence. So all of us have gates on each one of our properties, and we keep them open. Just like they posted a notice saying that we needed to be here, they can post a notice letting us know, okay, we're going to be here, have the meters open. It also, I wonder why the meters were placed in the back in the first place, because this is a brand-new building, they were just built. A lot of them, the properties actually have the meters in front of the building and not the back of the building. And then they also have my meter on my neighbor's property. So that poses another issue, but
That's exactly what my concern has been in hearing what I've heard this morning. So I think, again, I think it's certainly in your best interest for the case to be pulled, because that way there's no finding here this morning of violation. Again, I think that you and the city need to communicate. My hope is that the city staff is going to review their files and figure out exactly what's going on here and do a better job. And I would ask each of you if there is access to allow the city to confirm that there is unimpeded access. But I will, without objection from you, I will grant the city's request and just pull this case from the agenda so that there's no hearing or no ruling on this matter at hearing this morning. Any objection to that?
no objection.
Okay, with that, let the record reflect case number 10 is being pulled. Thank you.
Okay, next case on the agenda, number 1, 527 39th Street, CE 23111006, number 1, 527 39th Street.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. Property address 527 39th Street was cited on November 7, 2023. My first contact with this property was in April of 2023. I went to the property because it was on my business tax receipt list as a delinquent property to verify whether or not it was still rented. When I got there, I did come across someone living there who stated that they're just living there, helping out the person who owns it to just do minor repairs. I mentioned to the person, because there are several holes in the property, asked what was going on, and he mentioned that it was just minor plumbing issues, and I told him to get a permit. I left because I had other properties to check out. Scroll forward a couple months later, I did pass the property once more, and this time it was for violation in regards to landscape maintenance. And after that, I did a complete overall of the property to see what else was there. And these are the findings. There were landscape maintenance issues along with outdoor storage, address character location, address sizing, alley maintenance, and the address correctness, as well as the fronts permit, building permit, and the required inspection. Of all these violations, that the landscape maintenance was corrected, as well as the outdoor storage, the address character location, the address sizing was corrected, as well as the alley maintenance. The outstanding portion of it is the address correctness. The patron
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you, just for the record, put the code number violations on the record, please?
Sure.
That's still outstanding.
The outstanding codes are 78-6-2, and that's for address correctness, and 94-302-A-3, that's fence permit, as well as 105.1, the building permit, and 110-3, required inspection. As of yesterday morning, those were the outstanding violations for the property. And as the city is requesting 180 days and $200 per day if compliance is not achieved.
How many days was that? I'm sorry.
It is 180 days, $200 per day. As well, we do have service was accomplished by regular certified mail sent on November the 7th, 2023. Certified mail was returned on December 21st, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on May 7th, 2024. I have been in contact with the property owner, the lawyer of the property, of the owner, as well as the friend that I spoke to in April of 2023.
And I just want to make sure, is it 180 days or 108 days?
180 days.
180?
That's correct, because from previous experience with issues like this, it will take time, especially since this property is also an historic property, and they actually needs to get a certificate of appropriateness from the historic district.
And just for some clarity here, what is the failure to secure the building permit that you're saying is still outstanding?
Okay, so if you were to scroll through my pictures, you'll see that they have made several changes to the property, and that's what I can see. They actually added a driveway, as well as extending the back unit right there. The structure has been extended, a door added, a deck added. There was a retaining wall or decorative wall in the front that was removed. In the back, you can see the fence, as well as the window. That window was completely changed and resized, and there are new windows as well. There are instances where there was a window and a door, and now there are just two windows. There are new roofing. So there are several changes, in addition with the plumbing issue that I originally started with. And again, that's what I could see.
And you went and checked to see if their permit was pulled, and you did not find one?
There was no permit on file. I spoke to the owner. The first time I spoke to the owner was on the 7th of May, 2024, and I explained to him that the property needed permits, and he said that there was no need because there was only minor changes. And the next time I spoke to him, he said that they actually put in a fence permit. I checked the system, there were no fence permit put in, after which I got, their lawyer reached out to me, Ms. Scott reached out to me in regards to what needed to be done to get the property in compliance, and I explained to her all the violations that I witnessed, as well as provided her with the information for the historic district, so they can start the process to get everything into compliance.
And Ms. Scott, I think you said?
Yes,
Is that
that would be me.
Yes, I'm just asking, is she the property owner?
No, the lawyer,
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you, I just wanted to make sure. And did you take those photographs?
I did, as well as I did pull some pictures from Google View so you could get a better idea as to what the property originally looked like before it was altered.
And the photographs truthfully and accurately depict what you observed the violations to be?
That's correct.
Special Magistrate, we're asking that you admit the photographs, the testimony, and the case file into evidence, into the record, barring any objections from counsel at this time.
No objections at this time.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. And your name for the record?
Attorney Patrice Scott for the property.
Thank you. And you said no objection to entry of the evidentiary case
No
file?
objections to that.
Thank you very much.
We have been working with the general contractor to submit the documentation for the permits.
Okay.
My client has been working with them for over 45 days. So we are in the process of actually getting the permits submitted properly. And also working with the building department. We did realize that it's a historic property, and there's going to take some time for us to work on that. So
Okay.
we are agreeing with the 180 days that is being recommended by the city.
Okay, you think that gives you enough time to get everything complete?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And just so I'm clear from the code officer, the numbering locations, what's the issue there?
Okay, so it is a duplex. The original, the numbers on the front,
Uh-huh.
we have, it's 527, well, it should be 525, and the number on the back is actually correct. It's now 527. So the back is correct, but the front needs to be changed to 525. We have been in contact with the addressing coordinator. I was CC'd on the email that was sent to Mr. Richard, and he just needs to put the right number on the front now.
Okay, does that make sense to you?
It does.
Okay, very
I'll
good.
relay that to my client.
Okay, that seems like that's the least of your worries, but,
Right, right.
just so you understood, because I wasn't quite clear what the issue was there. And if I could just see the affidavit of posting. Okay, perfect. All right, anything else, Ms. Scott, that you'd like me to hear?
No, I think it was pretty sufficient. We're in agreement, and we will be complying within the 180-day timeframe.
Okay, very good, I appreciate that. Anything further from the city?
No.
Okay, in case CE 23111-006, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff, that the respondent's in violation of sections 105.1 of the Florida Building Code, 110.3 of the Florida Building Code, 7862, and 94302A3, and I'll require respondents to comply within 180 days, or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. And also, for the record, I find sufficient notice based on the affidavit of posting. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next case, number 3, 3015 Poinsettia Avenue, CE 24041881, number 3, 3015 Poinsettia Avenue.
Good morning, Jesus Mendiola, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. I received a complaint about property 3015 Ponciero on on April 25th, 2024. I also inspected the property on April 25th, 2024. It was occupied. The violations I discovered were 94-315-A, which the dumpster needs to be enclosed. 18103-J, which the structure needs to be painted, the exterior structure. There was some mildew and other stains around the building. 74-34-A-2-F, which the dumpster was overfilled and needs to be closed at all times.
I'm sorry, sorry to interrupt. We only have, this is case number 3, 3015
Yes, I'm going over the violations all the violations that were cited to show the progress that they have been
Okay.
done.
J-
The
just
only
so
one
we-
remaining is the dumpster not being enclosed.
Okay, but thank you for the clarity, thanks.
No worries. So, 78-6, the address characters in the front, they did have some, but they were not up to code. They needed to be at least 3 inches for the height. And 78-94-C, which the swell needed sod. And 94-71-C, which was the outside storage, which was a chair out by the trash outside the fence. The property was cited on April 25th, 2024. Certified and regular mail were sent on April 25th, 2024. It was signed for. The notice of violation was posted at the property and city hall on May 13, 2024. I completed the affidavit of posting. The photographs taken accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I did have contact with Mr. Blake. He is the director of housing. We were in contact when he had complied to other violations and had let me know that he had submitted the permit for the dumpster enclosure, which is still under review. As of yesterday, there's still the violation of 94-315-A, which is the dumpster enclosure. The city is asking for 30 days to gain compliance or $150 until the compliance is achieved. Since the permit everything is due on June 7th, and it seems like they're halfway there, so 30 days should be sufficient enough for them to finish the permit.
So I'm having a little trouble hearing you. The permit is in process, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and in process, and it should be issued, is that what you said, by June 7th?
If they submit everything accordingly, everything is due on the 7th of June. So if they submit everything according, 30 days should be sufficient to get the permit.
Okay. And you said compliance within 30 days or $150, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. Any other, go ahead, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay, no worries. Just for the record, you took these photographs
Correct.
and they truthfully and accurately depict what you observed the violations to be?
Correct.
At this time, Magistrate, we're asking for the photographs, the testimony, and case file be admitted into evidence for the record, barring any objections.
Thank you. Good morning. Your names for the record?
Reese Hollyman, property owner.
Your name,
My
sir?
name is Blake Pay. I'm the property manager.
Okay. Are the people behind you going to speak too?
Stephanie Martinez, I'm the tenant.
You, sir?
And Christopher Martinez, also a tenant.
Okay, so you've heard what the city has said. And I guess, just for the record, what's your all's relation to 3015 Point Siena LLC, Poinsettia LLC? Are you the,
Yeah, I'm one of the partners.
okay, very good. So you've heard what the city has said. You've seen the documents on the screens on both sides. Any objection to those documents being entered?
No, and I believe everything's been completed except for the permit for the dumpster, and we should have that submitted, hopefully. We just got a review as we were sitting here of what they needed for the survey and a description of the use of material, which we'll get over there this afternoon.
Okay, and you, so that's exactly what the city code officer said, that everything's in compliance except for the dumpster screening, so he's asking me to give you 30 days. That seems like enough time. Would you agree with that?
My only concern is when the permit's issued, and then obviously getting the property finished, completed. I'd prefer 60 days if possible.
So let me ask the code officer, will you comply this, you won't comply until the screening is put up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What's your response to his request for 60 days?
I agree.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Hollyman?
No, I'm fine, thank you very much.
Okay, any objection to the documents that you've seen being entered into the record?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. With that, anything further from the city?
Nope.
All right, with that, in case CE 24041881, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94-315A. And I'll require respondents to comply with that section within 60 days or a $150 fine will be assessed. So I've given you the extra 60 days since you have to get it not only permitted but installed or constructed. So make sure you do that within the 60 days or the fine will automatically start running on day 61, okay?
No problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's all we have for contested matters at this time. Next case, number 2255 Avernia Street, 1221 CE 24041865. We have someone else here for our case? Okay, I don't have any sign-in sheets. 1396.
What's the number?
1396
No, the-
7th Street, and it's
Sorry, the agenda.
34.
Oh, 34, thank you.
I think 34. Let me make sure.
34.
Let me make sure.
No,
It's 22, I'm sorry.
okay.
The agenda was reprinted.
Number 22, 1396 7th Street, CE 24041825.
22. Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. The property was cited for the following violations: 744A3, garbage, litter, and refuge; AD2 144, business tax receipt; 78-1, obstruction of the public right-of-way sidewalk; 94487B1, removal of a prohibited vehicle; 94487B2, restricted vehicles, which are trailers; 94482A, unpaved parking; 18106A, clean and sanitary conditions; 744C3, overgrowth; and 9471C, outdoor storage. As of today, the property has come into full compliance. However, I'm asking for a finding of fact on each violation, being that it may and most likely will reoccur. Due to the fact I'm not sure whether or not the prohibited vehicle, which is the white van there in the photo, is a business of the property owner or is a company van by a company. And either way, the van is not supposed to be at the property because it's a commercial vehicle, and I'm not sure whether or not it will return, being that I have not seen it for the last 2 days. And the trailers were small trailers that I believe have been removed from the property. I'm not sure about that, but I'm asking for it because the finding of fact, all of the violations should have been complied by May 24th, and they were not. And the violations were still.
You out of luck, because hopefully you have a healthy baby for you. Yeah, you don't see your husband going to get in another chair, do you? Congratulations.
That's just outside voices or radio or something. But you can see on the posting day, when I posted the property for the notice of hearing, the violations are still outstanding, and that was May 17th. So I'm asking for that finding of fact. And the property was posted on May 17th. City Hall was posted on May 17th. The mail was unclaimed and returned to us on May 22nd, 2024. I'm asking for the finding of fact.
Thank you. Are they the property owners?
Yes,
to
ma'am.
your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was your compliance date stated on the notice of
May
violation?
24th.
They had to comply within by May
By May
24th? And when did they comply, to your knowledge?
Today, from what I noticed today.
And you went to visit the property
Yes,
today?
ma'am, this morning.
Okay.
This morning.
And between May 24th and today, which is June 5th,
Yes,
did
ma'am.
you visit the property?
I visited the property back on the posting day, which was May 17th, but I also have pictures throughout the duration of the case. So I take pictures primarily every other day or every day, but it's also dates of non-compliance.
Sure, I'm just trying to figure out if we know with certainty that it was not complied with on May 24th, which was
It
the
was not.
deadline.
As of May 17th, posting day, the property was still out in violation.
But the compliance deadline,
Was-
sorry, ma'am, may I speak? Thank you.
And today is
Okay.
June 5th.
Right, and maybe I'm off on my math, but the date of compliance is to be the May 24th, correct? That's their deadline.
Correct, and the
Did-
posting was the 17th. After that fact, there are pictures verifying.
If you allow me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, May 24th, which was their deadline to comply, did we have information that they were non-compliant between May 24th and today's date, which is June 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have, you visited the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were not compliant?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Sorry.
you took the photographs that we're seeing?
All photos, yes.
Okay, and they're truthfully and accurately depict the violations that were cited initially?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further from the city. I'm asking that the testimony and the photographs and the case file be admitted into evidence, barring any objection.
Okay, thank you. Can I see the notice of violation and the affidavit of posting?
No, that's the video again. That's the video again. The notice of violation is at the top. At the top.
At the top.
Mhm.
All right, right there, May 24th, okay.
Mhm.
And then just the posting affidavit, if I could. I think I missed it. Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, your names for the record?
Kazmar Barnes.
Thank you. Your name, ma'am?
Latasha Carey.
Okay. You've heard what the city has said. The city code officer has indicated to me that you were in violation. You've since complied, but you didn't comply by the time specified in the notice of violation, which was May 24th. Do you have anything else you'd like me to hear?
Yes, could I have some proof of, that I was complied. Like I said, I bring my work truck home, and realistically, it's my work vehicle. So I'm trying to figure out how I can rectify this issue, but I'm not the only one that has a work vehicle in our neighborhood. I mean, I have the pictures here, if I could show you, if that's fine.
Overnight parking on the sidewalk
So,
parking.
I'm just
So
trying-
you can, but just let me just caution you that what your neighbors are doing doesn't have any bearing on your code case. So I understand that you're not the only ones who have commercial vehicles, but just because your neighbors may have 5 commercial vehicles doesn't mean that you can have 5, so.
Understood.
But I understand your point. So, I guess go ahead and show the code officer, whatever photos you have. Show them to her,
Yeah, please do.
and then she'll give them to the city attorney before I look at them. And I guess explain to her what the dates are.
8 o'clock this morning. Yeah, that was one. Okay, so go ahead. That's literally right in front of my house. Literally right in front of my house, and we have the same vehicle. And that's the problem, because every time this lady sees, whatever I have over there, she videotapes and takes pictures.
I need those. I want to show them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my dear. And sir, just for some clarity, these pictures are showing that there are other,
Yes. Yes.
Your neighbors?
And that's the problem right there, because every time that neighbor sees, if I take my trash out a day early, she'll, like I said, videotape. One of those videos are from from her direction. So, like I said, I have no problem rectifying the issue, but like I said, that's a work vehicle, and the reason why the signs are on there is I work on school buses from Palm Beach County to St. Lucie. So for the county to know who's on their property, that's why there's the signs on my work vehicle.
So just for some clarity, I just want to know what these photographs are. Are these photographs of
Photographs of,
other
uh,
people's?
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
which the special magistrate has instructed you is irrelevant at this point to the issue, right?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. So this one, I think I heard you tell the code officer, this is not your truck, correct?
No, ma'am. But that was 3:30 this morning.
Okay. In front of a different property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That one is right in front of my house.
And this one is also not your house, right?
No, ma'am, but that's literally
Across the street.
right across
Across
the
the
street.
street. Okay. All right, so I've looked at these, and as I've told you, what's going on at your neighbors doesn't have any relevance to here, so I'm not gonna actually admit them into the record, but I have looked at them, and I hear your testimony, so I'm gonna ask the code officer to give them back to you. So what the code officer is asking me, and let me ask the code officer one question. There's a business tax receipt citation on here.
Well, I'm not, I was trying to do that based on the fact, I'm not sure whether the van that he drives is his personal business. And if it was his personal business, then he needs to obtain a business tax license for the business that he's operating. But he's saying that it is a job that he
It's his work
it's his
vehicle,
work
right.
vehicle. So that can be omitted if he's.
You'd like to remove that?
Yes,
Okay.
if he's saying that it is the job's work vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, I just was curious. I don't know that I've ever done a finding of fact on a business tax.
Yeah, I didn't know
receipt.
which one it was gonna fall up under.
Sure.
I was
Okay,
trying to cover
so
all bases.
what, I just want to make sure you guys understand, what she's asking me to do is to find you in violation, but find that you've since complied with all of the code sections that she's listed. She's asked me to remove section 82144, which I will do, because your testimony here today says that it's your work vehicle, you don't have a business, that's just your work vehicle. We call it a finding of fact in code enforcement. So what that means is I'm going to find you in violation. What it means is for the next 5 years, if any of the code sections that you're being found in violation of today, if you repeat violate those, the city can set you for automatic hearing. So they'll find you in repeat violation, they'll cite you for repeat violation, they don't have to give you time to comply. So what it means for you is for each of these items, don't do them again for 5 years. Otherwise, the city, if they catch you doing it again, they'll find you in repeat violation. They'll bring you straight to hearing and they'll start a fine running. Do you understand that?
Understood.
Okay, very good. Do you have any
Magistrate,
objection to
can
the
I ask one
documents?
thing?
Go
Can I
ahead.
ask one thing for clarity? If it's the work vehicle, I need Mr. Barnes to understand that that vehicle cannot be kept, stored at that property
Overnight.
overnight.
Okay, it can be parked there while he's
Like home for lunch.
lunch hour.
Things
Okay.
like that.
Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am, but, and I'm trying to rectify the issue. I can't afford to, put the car in storage every night or every day. So I'm trying to figure out how can I park my vehicle on my property without an issue.
That is gonna be for you to figure out. This looks like there's too much signage on it to cover it up, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of signage on it, and that would have been a remedy if he could cover the signage, but I'm quite sure the signage for the job itself is to advertise what that job is.
Is it possible to put it in the backyard with a fence or put a car cover over it?
No,
And it doesn't fit in the garage, right?
No, ma'am, it's too tall.
Yeah, so what she's telling you is that putting it in the backyard and covering it is not an acceptable remedy, correct?
no, ma'am. And does the work site have a location?
No, ma'am, it's all the way in Orlando. Like I said, I'm a mobile school bus mechanic from Palm Beach to Port St. Lucie.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to find somewhere else to park it, but you're not gonna wanna keep parking it in your yard, because the city is pretty active in terms of their drive around, so you need to find somewhere else to park it.
So if I'm able to cover the signs, I can park it at my house?
Yeah, and speak with the code enforcement officer offline about exactly what that means, but it looks like, at least from what I'm seeing, typically you allow the magnets, right?
Yes. Yes.
The white magnets in this case, this is a
Placard
white truck,
magnets,
but,
yes.
right. So you may want to speak to her offline, but that would be the only option, or to park it somewhere else.
Okay. And
Okay.
I see that you took a picture of the plants on the side of the garage. Is that an issue in the plants in pots?
The
The
what?
plants, there's
No, the
plants in
plants are
pots?
not a problem.
Okay, no, because I saw a picture of it, that's why I'm asking.
No, I was taking a picture of the trailers, the little
Okay.
trailers you have.
No, well, there's on the opposite side.
No,
Okay,
there was the overgrowth on that.
okay.
All right, sir, do you have any objection to the documents being entered into the case file?
At this point, yeah, but I mean, it is what it is.
Okay. All right, anything further from you, sir?
Nope.
So he can't put a car cover over the car?
No, the code officer is telling you that's not compliance.
Is there like a park or something in the neighborhood? Or, I mean, it's susceptible to be for theft or something,
No,
but,
ma'am.
I mean.
No,
I
like I
don't
said, that's my livelihood, like I said, I work on school buses, so I can't just go park it at a park or a Home Depot.
No, I mean, like within the neighborhood, sometimes there are little parks or something.
No, ma'am.
But if you're independent, you have a company that you actually work for, or are you independent?
No,
in
I know,
doing-
it's a company I work for.
Okay, so the company is in Orlando.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So like I said, I go from Palm Beach to Port St. Lucie, and it's a bring home work vehicle.
All right. If they end up having another van without all the markings, then that'll be a different story. But we, like she said, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, get with her. I mean, we try to guide you. I try to help make sure that the city code officer can guide you toward compliance, but this one's a little bit more difficult given how much signage is on the truck, so, or the van, so you may want to call her after this hearing and figure out options. Otherwise, parking it at someone else's house, maybe a friend or someone not in the city, that doesn't have a similar restriction. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 24041825, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file over objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony this morning that the respondent's in violation of sections 74-4A3, 78-1, 94-487B1, 94-487B2, 94-482A, 18106A, 74-4C3, and 94-71C. I'll find that the respondent was in violation of those code sections, has since come into compliance as of today, but that was not by the date specified in the notice of violation, which was May 24th. So I'll issue a finding of fact. Again, just keep in mind that for 5 years, you need to make sure you don't violate any of these sections, okay?
Could I ask one question? You said I was in violation until today.
This morning.
How was that? I'm
We're in
saying,
compliance this morning.
but I'm questioning is like how, what was
With
the
everything.
what was the factor?
Everything was in compliance. No parking, unpaid parking, the van wasn't there, the trailers were moved, the grass was cut, so everything was in compliance.
As of today.
Yes, ma'am. Well, really yesterday, but this morning I went by yesterday and today.
But the thing said May 29th. Where your picture went for May
24th.
May 24th. That's exactly right. So the notice of violation required you to comply on or before May 24th.
And it was.
I have several pictures that have dates after that date.
Right, there's photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer is that you were not in compliance as of that date. She has complied to you as of today, so you're all set, you're all in compliance as of today, but don't bring the truck back, later today, or the van back later today. Make sure you keep it off-site until you figure out a better solution and work with the code officer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now that's all we have for contested matters. Number 255 Vernia Street, 1221 CE 24041865. Number 2. Someone covering it? Is anyone covering? Rescheduled, okay. Number 4, 729 48th Street, CE 24031579.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited, sorry, let me start over. This property was cited on March the 8th. Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on March the 8th. I observed all the violations while on my regular patrol. The violations that I observed was excessive growth, overgrowth, trash can in public view, and sodding of the swell. And to clarify, the violation code numbers are 18-106B, which was excessive growth, 74-4C3, which was overgrowth, and 78-94C, which is sodding of the swell and parkway, and 94-34A-1-H, which is the trash can in public view. Certified mail was sent on March the 8th by the city clerk. City Hall was posted on March 14th. The affidavit of posting was done on March the 12th. I revisited property on June 4th and observed that all the violations, excluding one, had been rectified. The only violations that are still out of compliance as of yesterday were the excessive growth, the trash can in public view, and the overgrowth. I took all the pictures, and every image truthfully, accurately depicts what I saw while I was there. For this, the city is requesting 30 additional days at $50 per day after.
Thank you. Good morning. Were you able to speak with the property owner?
No, ma'am, no one has reached out to this.
Is the property vacant?
No, it's someone lives there. It's a family that lives there.
Okay, is it rented to your knowledge?
No, they own the home's
Oh,
property
okay, but
owner.
they have not responded to us. And you stated that the photographs, you took those?
Yes,
And they truthfully and accurately depict what you observed the violations to be?
yes.
And just for some clarity, you're asking for 30 days or $50 a day?
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly? At this time, nothing further, Magistrate. We're asking that the photographs, the testimony of the code officer, and the case file be admitted into evidence in the record.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, you said the only section that complied was 7894C?
Yes, because of the rain.
Okay, the grass started to grow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. For the record, the respondent is not present. Okay, signed for and posted. Okay, in case CE 24031579, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the photographs and the documents in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of section 74-4C3, 18106B, and 7434A1H. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or face a fine of $50 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter. And for the record, the city effectuated good service through posting and also signed certified mail.
Number 515 51st Street, CE 24031598.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on March the 13th. The violations that this property had been cited for were the certificate of use, rental license, and the business tax receipt. Well, to clarify, the certificate of use is 22-32-A. The rental license is 22-441, and the business tax receipt is 82-144. I received this information on this from Code Officer Jesus in reference to a possible Airbnb. After checking and stopping by the property, I did realize that it was being rented out as short-term rental. I knocked on the door, I spoke with the renter who thought I was the water guy, coming to fix the water. This property was posted on March 13th. Certified mail was sent March 13th by the city clerk. City Hall was posted March 14th. The affidavit of compliance and posting was done on March 13th. I revisited this property again on June 4th to see that if anyone was there, or maybe there was a property manager and there was no one there that can answer the door. I took all the one photo that's in there showing the posting. For this, the city is requesting additional 30 days at $100 per day after. I've had no correspondence with the property manager, owners, or anyone excluding the short-term renter.
Okay, and you said the person who thought you were the water guy, who's that person?
That was the tenant.
Oh, that was the
Yeah,
tenant.
she thought I was there to fix the leak. Yeah.
And when you spoke with her, she admitted that she was a renter?
Yeah, she admitted that she was renting the unit.
And you've reviewed the city's of records, and there's no COU?
No, absolutely nothing
Was
for it.
one ever applied for?
No.
And there's no business tax receipt at this time based on the city's records?
Yeah, based on the city's records, there isn't. And check with another case that the Code Officer Jesus had, same thing, they didn't reach out, they didn't comply, they don't have nothing, they didn't
And
do anything.
did you make any attempts to reach out to other than the postings and the notices, did you make any attempt to contact the property owner that's listed on PAPA?
Well, I received the number from the tenant when the tenant when I was there. I called and then I even went back and left my card and I didn't receive any answers.
Okay, great. And you testified that you took the photographs we're seeing today?
Yes, that
And
was
that they
just
truthfully and accurately depict
Yeah, that
your
was to prove-
posting?
to prove that I went there. The other pictures are there were just to prove I was there. But
Okay.
yes, I did.
Awesome, thank you. Nothing further from the city.
And can I see the Airbnb listing? Does it say the address somewhere?
Unfortunately, I haven't seen the Airbnbs posted on their website, the addresses.
But that's is it your testimony that that's the same house?
Yeah, that's the exact same house. They show majority of pictures from the back where the pool area.
Okay. And what was the fine amount that you said? I didn't hear you.
It was $100 per day.
$100 a day, okay. And 30 days, that's plenty of time to get a COU
Oh,
and a
yeah.
BTR, right?
The rental inspection, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
Okay. In case CE 2403158, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer as well as the documentation in the case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A, 22441, and 82144. I'll require respondents to comply with those sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 6, 838th Street, CE 24041735.
Good morning, Code Officer Kay Weaver, City of West Palm Beach. Okay, while investigating the complaint in the area, I observed several violations at 838th Street. I took photos of the property which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I then initiated my investigation citing the following violations. 74-4-C-4, trim trees, hedges obstructing the right-of-way, which have been complied. Initially 22-32-A, certificate of use, which is complied, and 22-441, rental license, which has been complied. 18-103-J, paint exterior or touch-up paint of the exterior of the structure. 18-106K, the front and side yard landscaping, edging, trimming, including the swell area. 94-302-A-4, fence wall maintenance, basically a new fence and permit, it will be needed. 18106A, clean and sanitary, including pressure washing and edging, etc. Those have not been complied as of yet. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on April the 4th of 2024. The affidavit of posting was completed on April the 4th of 2024, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on April the 8th of 2024. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on June the 4th of 2024 and observed the property still in violation of 18103J, 18106K, 94302-A-4, and 18106-A. I have had contact with the property owner, and she asked for an additional time to bring the property into compliance. So she did agree on that she needed 120 days. So the city is requesting an additional 120 days to gain compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Great, thank you. Just for my own, the COU, what is the business being operated?
No, there's nothing that she later confirmed that her elderly parents live there. She doesn't live there, but she confirmed, so
Okay.
that's why those were closed out.
Yes, I know it's complied, I was just curious, maybe nosy. And you testified that you took the photographs, correct?
Yes,
And they truthfully and accurately depict what you
Yes.
observed the violations to be.
yes.
Nothing further. At this time, Magistrate, we're asking for the testimony of the code officer, the photographs, and the case file to be admitted into evidence and the record.
Okay, thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 24041735, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. Based on the affidavit of posting, I'll find that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. Based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, I'll find that respondents are in violation of section 18103J, 18106A, 94302A4, and 18106K. I'll require respondent to comply within 120 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 11, 4304 Heath Circle South, CE 24041920, number 11.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. Upon patrolling my zone on April 29th, I observed violations at 4304 Heath Circle South. The violations that were observed was 94-302-A-3, fence requiring permit. It was also cited for 74-4-D-3, construction debris. The property as well as City Hall was posted May 15th. Certified mail was sent May 1st. Certified mail was returned May 23rd. I have been in constant contact with the property owner. He has since applied for the permit. It's still in the review process. I did include that in my case notes. The property owner as well as I are in agreement of 90 days to obtain the permit to bring the property into compliance. The property is also in compliance with 74-4-D-3. I have confirmed with the property owner as well as sanitation. The fence debris has been removed from the property. Also, city's requesting 90 days to bring the property into compliance, or $50 a day until compliance is achieved. So the only thing that's required as of this moment is to complete the permitting process for the newly installed fence.
Okay, great, morning. And so, just for admitting into evidence purposes, you took the photographs, correct?
Correct.
And they truthfully and accurately depict the observation of the violations?
Correct.
And the only violation at this time is the permit for
Correct.
the fence? Okay, great, thank you. Nothing further, we're requesting that the photographs, testimony, and case file be admitted into evidence as the record.
Thank you. And you said, what was the dollar amount?
$50 a day.
50, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. And is there an affidavit of posting in there?
Yes.
Because the certified mail, it came back unclaimed, is that right?
Yes, but I have been in contact with the property owner, so he did receive it. And one was also left at the property. There's the posting.
Okay, so, and you posted, you said on 5/15?
Yes.
Okay.
And you
That's why we're in contact.
And you testified that the property owner is in agreement with the recommendation of the
Yes,
city?
he wasn't happy, but he was in agreement.
Okay, thank you.
He hasn't been happy ever since I cited him, but I mean, it's a violation. The thing that's pressing him is that his homeowners association told him to replace the fence. He did so, and now he's being fined for it. I said, you gotta get a permit for it.
All right, anything further from the city?
That's it.
All right, in case CE 24041920, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. For the record, the respondent's not present. I'll find based on the proof of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94302A3, and I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days or a $50 a day fine will be assessed.
Number 12, 4335 Maybell Lane, CE 24031685.
Paul McFarland, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer. Upon working my delinquent list on March 27th, I observed a delinquent tax for property 4335 Maybell Lane. I since cited the property for rental license violations, 22-441, certificate of use violation, 22-32-A. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted April 3rd. Certified mail sent March 27th. Certified mail returned May 23rd. I have since been in contact with the property owner through email. We've been going back and forth. He has since paid the delinquent amount that was due for the rental license, but the rental license cannot be issued due to not providing a TIN number. Property owner is aware of that. He's diligently working towards the TIN number. Once he does obtain that TIN number, the property will be in full compliance and the business tax receipt can be issued. So we're just trying to omit enough time for him to obtain that. So with that being said, city is recommending 90 days to bring the property into compliance, or $100 a day until compliance achieved. The owner did also admit to renting the property, since why he entered the application. Also went a bit further and reached out to the homeowners association. They did confirm that the property is being rented. There's activity there, so it is indeed being rented, to go on record.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. When did you submit an affidavit of posting, and when was that done, if we can identify?
Actually, there should be two affidavits of posting here, because upon further investigation, I observed that there was no TIN number, so I reissued the NOV. That's why you have two postings there.
Okay, and for my curiosity, what is a TIN number?
A TIN number is when someone lives outside the country and does not have a social security number.
Oh, okay.
They're given a tax ID number, and it's called a TIN number.
Okay.
I'm sorry. For all the
I'm new
jargon.
to this, and I just like to know.
That's what it is.
For the future, great, thank you. Nothing further, except for requesting that the testimony and the case file be admitted into evidence at this time. Special Magistrate.
Okay, thank you. For the record, the respondent's not present in case CE 240311685. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavits of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer as well as the documents in the case file, which include an application for the required license, rental license and COU, certificate of use, that the respondent's in violation of sections 22-441 and 2232A. I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed.
Thank you.
Number 13 is rescheduled, 112 Monroe Drive, CEBLD 231-00453. Number 14 is rescheduled, 7515 South Flagler Drive, CE 2306092. Number 15 is rescheduled, 7515 South Flagler Drive, CE 2306033. Number 16, 4101 South Olive Avenue, CE 240418883.
Good morning. Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. This property was cited on April 25th, 2024 in response to a complaint made from a neighbor across the street. The complaint was the conditions of the property just being in poor conditions. I cited this property for 18106A, trash and debris, which has complied. 18106G, exterior paint, which remains. 9471C, outside storage, which remains. 7434A1H, trash can in public view, which has complied. And 18103B, conditions of structures, specifically exterior walls and roof. The certified mail, this notice of violation, notice of hearing was sent out certified mail and regular mail on April 25th, 2024. It was signed, received May 7th, 2024. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted April 26th, 2024. The affidavit of posting was completed and submitted and is attached in the case file. I have had contact with the owner who, as I said, has complied 2 of the original violations, the trash debris and the garbage can placement. The exterior paint and exterior repairs to the roof walls remain, and the owner is needing additional time to remove a tenant who is in disagreement with in order to fix those issues. The city's recommending 120 days or $100 a day to comply 18106G and 18103B, the exterior paint and the exterior repair. And the city's asking for a split order for 30 days or $100 a day to comply 9471C, which is the outside storage being created by the tenant.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for some clarity, you said for 94-71-C, in requesting the split order, 30 days, or what's the dollar amount?
Or $100 a day.
$100? Okay, thank you. And you took the photographs that we're viewing today, correct?
Yes, all photographs, initial inspection and re-inspections and postings were taken by myself, and they accurately
And
depict.
truthfully depict the observation of the violations?
Yes, they did.
Okay, great, thank you. Nothing further at this time except requesting that the photographs, the testimony of the code officer, and the case file be admitted into evidence at this time.
Okay, thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present in case CE 240418883. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had sufficient service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106G, 9471C, and 18103B. For section 9471C, I'll require respondent to comply within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed. For the remaining code sections 18106G and 18103B, I'll require respondents to comply within 120 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed.
Number 17502 Melbourne Road, CE 2404187.
Officer Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property, I responded to this property in response from a complaint of the rear abutting neighbor. The complaint was of chickens and roosters being kept on the property. Upon my investigation, I had noticed there were other issues. So this property was cited on April 18th, 2024. I had cited this property for 94,446.2 landscape maintenance, specifically the front yard being kept in a neat and clean appearance. 7434A1H, trash can being stored in public view. Florida Building Code 110.1, work subject to inspection. There was no permit or inspections for a sauna in the backyard and for a carport cover in the front driveway. 14-1, farm animal fowl for the chickens and roosters being kept on the property, which were visible, as I said, from the rear abutting property that had holes and slats in the fences. And 105.1, that's the failure to secure building permit for the sauna and the carport. I have had conversations, but before that, the certified mail was sent out April 19th for the notice of violation, notice of hearing. It was signed and received on April 25th. And in addition, the property and City Hall were both posted April 23rd. The affidavit of posting was completed on April 23rd and submitted and is attached in the case file. I have had contact with the owner who complied 94-46-2, landscape maintenance 74-34-A1H, garbage can placement, and 14-1, removal of the chickens and roosters. As of this morning, she's currently working on the permitting process with the city. She has submitted and resubmitted both permits required, and they are currently in review in our system. The city's recommending 120 days to have the permits issued and pass inspections, or the city's asking for a $100 a day fine until compliance is achieved. And all the photos you have been seen were taken by myself, and they truthfully and accurately depict what I've seen.
Okay, great, thank you. Nothing further, Special Magistrate. We're asking that the photographs and testimony by the code officer as well as the case file be admitted into evidence at this time.
Okay, thank you. And so just so I'm clear, the carport that you speak of is that canopy structure there?
Yeah, the canopy carport she's using to
cover that
protect her
red vehicle? Okay, and then can you show me what you're talking about with the sauna?
Yeah, can you go all the way up?
It's not that,
There's like a wood barrel sauna.
oh, that's,
in the
I thought that
rear.
was a barbecue thing. Okay, so that's a sauna.
That, right there, yeah. No electricity, no plumbing, sauna's what,
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
it's like a wood fire sauna.
Is it for people or for?
Yeah, it's for
cooking?
her personal use.
Okay.
Maybe the chickens, who knows?
Not for the chickens.
No, hopefully not.
All right. And 120 days, that should be more than enough time to get the required permits, correct?
Yes, and that's in case, it fails review again, or for some other reason, she has time to make a choice.
And your request was for not only issuance, but also to pass inspections, right?
Yes.
Okay.
With that's with the Florida Building Code 110.1.
110 point, yeah, gotcha. Okay, anything further?
No.
All right, for the record, the respondent is not present in case CE 24041837. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mailing that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 110.1 of the Florida Building Code and 105.1 of the Florida Building Code. I'll require respondents to comply with those sections by having the required permits issued and passing all required inspections within 120 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 18933 Camellia Road, CE 24041803.
Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. I responded to this property to investigate a complaint that was made by the neighborhood association based on the appearance and lack of maintenance at the property. I first observed the issues at this property on April 10th, 2024. And later on, I checked again that same week to see if the same issues remained. Upon further investigation, I had seen that this property owner has multiple rental properties throughout the city. That's the owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC. So on April 17th, 2024, I created notice of violation, notice of hearing for the following violations. 9471C, outdoor storage. 18106A, clean and sanitary. That's for the trash and debris on the property. 7434A1H, trash can being stored in public view. 18106B, excessive growth. 2635B, repeat irreparable violation. And 94482A, unpaved parking. As I said, this ended up being, upon my investigation, repeat violation. They own multiple rental properties throughout the city. The first case that I referenced in my repeat violation is CE 23020055. That was at 1017 Hampton Road. And the violations that were found and the finding of fact were 18106A, the trash and debris, and 9471C, outdoor storage. The second case I'm referencing for the repeat violation is CE 23010051. The violations that were found at that hearing were 18106A, clean and sanitary trash and debris, and 18106B, overgrowth. Certified mail was sent out April 17th, 2024. It was signed and received April 22nd, 2024. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted April 23rd, 2024. I have had no contact from the owner, the managing company, or anyone other than the tenant who reached out to me May 23rd and requested a reinspection of the property. At that time, I went out and was able to determine that the violations on my notice have been complied. With all that being said, the property had those repeat violations for 43 days, starting April 10th, 2024. They complied May 23rd, 2024. The city's recommending the property be found repeat violation for 43 days out of compliance at $100 a day with a fine of $4,300. I attached all the original documents from those referenced code cases. Same owners. Just last year, these two code cases were heard. And from my experience, this owners, they do not have local property management for their properties.
Thank you. So is it your understanding that the tenants are the ones that come into compliance with the property, or in specific, to this address, that the tenant is the one that brought the property into compliance?
Yes, the tenant had called me, explained he fixed everything and won't do it again. So he is taking care of it.
And you were not able to make contact with the property owner?
No contact.
Did the tenant, or does the tenant have contact with the property owner, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
The notice was sent to the addresses on Sunbiz as well. And
Did you ask if the tenant has contact with the property owner?
I did not. I had a short phone call with him when
Okay,
he
no.
requested the reinspection.
Okay, no worries. And are you requesting, you're citing 26-35-B, repeat irreparable violation. Are you asking for the 1,000, 5,000, or 15,000? I thought I heard you said $100.
Yeah, $100 a day for the days that the property was found in violation.
Okay.
Which was from April 10th to May 23rd of this year. When you comply the codes in our system, they get removed from the agenda.
Okay, that was a
Yeah.
written question for Mark, why we don't have it, but thank you.
Yeah, but they're all there on the actual notice of violation, notice of hearing.
Okay, great. Nothing further at this time, Special Magistrate, just that we're requesting the photographs, testimony, and case file be admitted into evidence, and the request to be deemed, the property owner to be deemed a repeat offender, and we're requesting the violation of $100 per day
Okay, thank
for the
you.
43 days.
And I heard, so let me just ask you about 3 of the code sections. I heard you tell me about 9371C, 18106A, and 18106B as it relates to the underlying cases, but I didn't hear the same thing for 7434 and 2635B and 94442A. Are those,
Let's see.
maybe if you could pull up the underlying cases?
I had just highlighted the two, I don't know why, but on the first case, the 1017 Hampton Road, CE 23020055, the other one. The garbage can placement code 7434A1A. Oh no, that's a different one. That's A1H.
Yeah, what cases are those those sections tied to? I just need to see that those were previously found in violation.
A1H. 4446.
There's 18106A, 18106B,
I have the notice in front of me.
that's 051. Where's the 055 underlying?
So the repeat codes were 9471C, 18106B, and 18106A, 18106B, and 9471C, outdoor storage, trash and debris, and overgrowth. The
So
other
those are the
violations,
only repeats, those 3
Yes.
sections?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what are the other 3?
The other 3 were just cited on this new case, on this case that we're talking about today. They were complied,
Oh, they were complied?
yeah.
Okay, so those are no longer at issue. So you're only asking me to find repeat violation of those 3 code sections?
Yes.
Very
yes.
good, okay. Thank you, sorry, I did not
Got too many
understand that.
numbers.
Yeah, thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification. All right, anything further from the city?
No, Special Magistrate.
All right, with that, for the record, the respondent is not present in case CE 24041803. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in repeat violation of sections 9471C, 18106A, and 18106B, having first observed, with the code enforcement officer having first observed that violation, those repeat violations on April 10th, which continued and complied on May 23rd. So I'll find repeat violation of section 2635B, which is the repeat section, for a total of 43 days. So I'll assess a fine of $4,300 for those 43 days at $100 per day.
Thank you.
Number 197515 South Flagler Drive, CE 24031686.
Good morning, Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. I would request a continuance on this particular case for the simple fact that there were 2 building cases associated with this property, and my case was contingent on the buildings department cases because if you look at the photograph there was some work done on the property without permits. But I'm getting conflicting information. I was told that it was complied. There's nothing in the system to say that the building cases were complied. So I'm going to request a reschedule of this case. I just wanted to put that on the record.
So do you need anything from me in terms of an order, or are you
No,
just gonna?
I will reschedule it.
You'll
but I
reschedule
just-
it, so you'll pull it from today's agenda?
Yes,
Okay, very
I
good.
just wanted to put that on
Thank
the
you.
record.
Yes.
Thanks.
Number 20, 316 Granada Road, CE 24041771.
Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. Property located at 316 Granada Road is currently advertised for rent and was cited for not having a rental license, which is 22-441, certificate of use 22-32A, and evidence of engaging in business, which is 82-151, because of the advertisement. The property was noticed, the property owner was noticed, and notice was sent via certified mail, which was signed for on April 13, 2024, and regular mail. Both the property and City Hall was posted on April 21st, 2024. I've had no contact with the property owner. The property is still currently advertised for rent, and there's no application on file in the system or no rental license on file. So the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
Did you go out, were you able to go out to the property?
Yes, ma'am, when I posted it on April 21st.
And was it occupied, to your knowledge?
There were 2 cars in the driveway.
Okay. And did they say whether they were?
Yeah, no one came to the door.
Okay, and the guys in the driveway did not say whether
No,
they?
there were 2 cars
Oh,
parked. in-
cars, I'm
yeah.
sorry, I thought you said 2 guys,
2
sorry.
cars
2
parked in the
cars,
driveway, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And as you testified, that you've looked at the city's record, and there are no
No
permits
application-
or application at
No
this point?
application on file or no license in the system for
Licenses,
this.
rather. Okay, great, thank you. Nothing further. Special magistrate, other than we request the testimony and the case file be admitted into evidence.
Okay, thank you. And 30 days is plenty of time to get the required licenses?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, in case CE 24041771, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the documents in the case file, which include rental listing as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 82-151, 22-441, and 22-32A. And I'll require respondents to comply with those sections within 30 days, or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 21, 2978 Jinberry Way, CE 24041721.
Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. The property located at 2978 Ginberry Way was advertised for rent, and a citation was issued for 22-441, which is a rental license, 22-32A certificate of use, and 82-151 evidence of engaging in business because of the advertisement. The property owner was issued a notice of violation, which was sent via certified mail, which was returned on May 23rd, 2024, and regular mail. The property and City Hall was posted on April 21st, 2024. I've had no contact with the property owner. However, this property is in a gated community, so I was able to get information from the security at the gate that the property is occupied by a tenant. Also, what I want to put on record is that this particular property owner has another property in that community, in the same community, which he does not have a rental license for and is currently running fines on the property, so he seems to be a frequent flyer. There is no application on file in the system for this property, and there's no license on file either for this property. So the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
Okay, great, thank you. Nothing from further from the city except for request of the testimony of the code officer and the case file, and photographs be admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. All right, in case CE 24041721, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the documents in the evidentiary case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 22-441, 2232A, and 82-151 for the advertised rental without the required licenses and certificate of use issuances by the city. I'll require respondent to comply within 30 days or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 23, 717 North Tamron Avenue, CE 24031608.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for the following violations: 74 4th C3, 5, cleaning up one half of easement swell area, 94 485B1E, paving and marking of parking lot, 18106B, excessive growth, 18106G, painting, 34102A, junk and operable vehicles, 34-107, the removal of junk vehicles. All right. 94442C1, landscape requirements, 18105B, structural repairs, 18105K, abandoned and inoperable vehicles on site. The following violations are in compliance are the 34102A, the junk and operable vehicle, the 34107, the removal of the vehicles, and the 18105K, the removal of the inoperable vehicles. Those violations are in compliance. All other violations are outstanding, and I have had conversation with the property owner and the store management company. This is a 2-building parcel. 717 is the store that's active, it has a business license, and the violations for that property are the structural foundation windows, and it was an incident at this property where it was gunshots fired in the store and they shot the window, so the window itself needs to be replaced. The landscaping and trash and debris around 717 portion, and I'm asking for 40 days to come into compliance or $150 per day after. Now for the opposite building, which is 709, the whole entire property is 717, but 709 is the other structure on the property. Got me? It comes under one PCN, and the initial address is 717, but the outstanding building is looked at as 709, okay? And that building is undergoing a full renovation, roof, walls, the whole 9 yards. And he's asking for 1 year to bring that building into full compliance. And I'm asking for the 1 year for the non-residential structure repairs, which mean roof, wall, foundation, the interior walls, all that stuff. And the 18105B, the non-residential structure, foundation, exterior walls, and roof. I'm asking for those one year compliance date. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's just for 18105B?
no, it's for 18105K, B. He's also in violation at the 9442C1 for that property. It's confusing because it sits on one land. Painting of the property, excessive growth around the property, paving and marking of the parking lot, and cleaning up one half of easement and swell. All those violations are attached to this property. And I'm asking for the 1 year for just the structural items, which is just the 18105B. All the structural, I'm asking for 1 year.
Okay, so for 18105B, that's the 1 year section. All the rest of them, you're asking for the 40 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got you.
Yes, ma'am. All the rest, 40 days. And the building structure item is 1 year or $250 per day after. And that's what the owner requested, and that's what I'm asking for.
And you took
All
the
pictures were
photograph?
taken by myself. It's verified. I'm
And
sorry.
that's okay, and they truthfully and accurately depict what you observed the violations to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And your testimony is that you spoke with the property owner who's in agreement with the recommendation of the
Yes,
city at
ma'am.
this time? Okay, thank you so much. Nothing further other than the city requests the photographs, the testimony of the code enforcement officer, and the case file be admitted into evidence as the record.
And let me just ask, I may have or not heard you, but can you get the service information on the record?
Oh, service, I'm sorry, you're correct too. Posting for the property was 5/17/24 along with City Hall. Certified mail was signed by the operator on 3/20/2024. Certain mail was signed by the property owner on 3/18/2024. And I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Let me just look through the rest of the documents as she opens them. And can you show me just the affidavit of posting? There it is. Perfect, thank you. Okay, in case CE 24031608, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondents in violation of section 74-4C5, 94-485B1E, 18-106B, 18-106G, 94-442C1, and 18-105B. For code section 18-105B, I'll require a respondent to comply within 1 year, or a $250 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. For the remaining code sections, 74-4C5, 94-485B1E, 18-106B, 18-106G, and 94-442C1, I'll require a respondent to comply within 40 days, or a $150 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 24, 1119 11th Street, CE 24041818.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Following violations were observed. This is based on a tenant complaint also. 74-4A3, garbage and litter and refuge. 94-442C1, landscape requirements. 18-102-3, providing screens. 18-106A, clean and sanitary conditions. 18-103C, condition of interior structure. 22-441, business license, rental license. 74-4C5, cleaning up 1/2 of easement and swell. 22-32A, certificate of use. 18-102-4, extermination of pests. Okay. The property was posted on 5/17/2024. Cert mail was returned to us on 5/22/2024. And I met with the tenant on 4/11/2024 to hear the complaints. All violations are still outstanding. I've had no contact with the property owner. All the pictures were taken and verified by myself. And I'm asking for 40 days or $100 per day after.
Thank you. And you submitted an affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we see that, please, on the, and you stated that did you ask the tenant whether they were able to contact the owner?
Yes, she's contacted owner on numerous occasions.
Were you able to contact the owner?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you attempt to contact the owner?
I did attempt. She gave me the owner's number, and I actually called up that number, never got a response, and posted the property, never got a response.
Okay. And you stated you took the photographs and they truthfully and accurately depict the violations you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Magistrate. We're requesting that the testimony, the code enforcement officer, the photographs, and the case file be admitted into evidence as the record.
Thank you.
We're looking for the affidavit of posting.
I saw that, I just want to
Okay,
look at the
did you?
rest of the photos.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
There's a bunch of them in these.
Yeah, I do take a lot of pictures, sorry.
That's not a bad thing.
No, keeps me on point.
Yep.
Point, that's the point. I try.
And what was the, it seemed like in a bunch of the earlier photos, there were pictures like with what looked like portions of the floor cut out. What's the
Yes,
evidence of
the
infestation? Is that that?
Roaches,
Roaches?
roaches.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a duplex, so I'm not sure whether, well, from my observation of the unit itself that I went to, I believe it's from next door.
Okay, and so that's just disrepair, that's
Yeah,
not,
that's in disrepair.
that's
The
not
whole
termites or anything, that's
No,
just
ma'am.
disrepair, okay.
Mm-mm.
And you saw roaches while you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 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 With that, in case CE 24041818, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of section 744A3, 94442C1, 18102.3, 18106A, 18103C, 22441, 744C5, 2232A, and 18102.4. And I'll require respondent to comply with those code sections within 40 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 25, 1400 7th Street, CE 24041824.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. The following violations were observed or identified by myself. 2232A, Certificate of Use. 18106A, Clean and Sanitary. 22441, Rental License. 1051, failure to obtain a permit. 94482A, unpaved parking. Property was posted on 5/17/2024. Cert mail was signed for on 4/18/2024. I've had conversation with the property owner on numerous occasions in regards to the violations. And he has thus complied with 18106A, Clean Sanitary, and 105.1, failure to obtain a permit, and 94482A, unpaved parking. He has also set the appointment for the rental inspection for tomorrow, June 6th. So I'm asking for 30 more days to come into full compliance, or $100 per day after. And pictures were taken by myself and verified.
Thank you. And those pictures truthfully and accurately depict the observation of the violations?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the outstanding violations are the COU
Yes,
and
ma'am.
the business tax receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated you spoke with the property owner and the renters?
No, just the property
Property owner, and
He's applied for it. We just had to set the appointment. He didn't call me till yesterday.
okay, no worries. Thank you. Nothing further. Special Magistrate, we request the photographs of testimony in the case file be admitted into evidence as the record.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 2404-1824, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mailing that the city had good service for today's hearing. And you said he applied for the COU and the BTR, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Application is in.
And when you spoke to him, was there any acknowledgement to renting? I mean,
Of
the
course,
application is obviously an admission that you're renting, but
Yeah,
just for
yeah.
the record, he confirmed that he was
Oh, yeah.
renting?
He
Okay,
did.
very good.
It's Airbnb, actually.
Okay, perfect.
And that's how I noticed it. I kept seeing different people. And I'm like, what's going on now?
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, with the finding of good service, the entry of the case file, I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A and 22441. And I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 26, 1012 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 24031665.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Number 38 and number 41 are the same property. And let me go into the explanation of this quagmire.
I'm sorry, what number was called on the record? 26?
38 was called. I'm sorry, 26.
26.
You know, I do my agenda prior to them doing their last agenda. I'm
Okay,
so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Let's make sure the record's
Yeah.
clear.
Record's clear.
We're on
It's-
26 as the agenda we're currently reviewing.
Yes,
And the property address is 1012 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
correct. And there's also another, the same address with a different number. on the-
28.
28?
Yeah.
Okay, on the agenda. Okay, this is a fourplex. I'm explaining it because I want everybody to understand.
Okay.
This is a fourplex that was once one owner. They've since had the unity of title divided, and they sold one half of each side of the building. So it's two owners now, under the same roof. Go figure. Property was cited for 18106I, litter, trash, and debris. 94485 B1E, paving and marking of parking lot. 18103J, painting of building. 18103B, structural repairs, roof. 786-2, numbering, location, and numbering, address. 18103E, windows and doors, exterior doors. 9442E, landscaping of swell. 744A3, garbage, litter, and refuge. 744C5, cleaning up one half of easement and swell. 18103E, windows and doors, interior, exterior. 18103A, clean and sanitary conditions. All violations are outstanding. I've had no contact with the owner, and I'm asking for, I'm asking for 6 months or $250 per day for the entirety of the property.
200
And
or
all-
250?
Yes, ma'am, 250.
250, thank you.
All the pictures were taken by myself. And that's it.
Thank you. And you're stating that for this particular part of the property, you've not had contact with this owner?
No contact. And this was a police complaint. That's what generated this case.
A
along with
police
me also
complaint?
noticing it.
And is it currently occupied to your knowledge?
No.
It's vacant?
It's vacant, and we have visitors every day, meaning squatters. I'm being funny.
And the photographs truthfully and accurately depict the violations being observed and discussed today.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Special Magistrate. We request the code enforcement officer's testimony, photographs, and case file be admitted into evidence as the record.
Thank you. Can you rattle off your service dates for me?
Service date, certified mail was signed on 3/29/24. City Hall was posted and property on 5/17/24. And no
Okay.
contact with owner.
And you're not seeking any abatement, you're just seeking driveway's compliance first?
Yeah, just try compliance.
Okay,
After 6 months, we'll see.
okay. Somebody at least signed for the certified mailing, that's
Yeah. somebody
that's
did
sometimes
sign.
half the battle.
Believe it or not, on both.
Okay, and all of the photos, I know your original testimony is that it's a fourplex, it's now split in half, but
Mm-mm.
these violations, are they the same violation sections? Is it
Identical.
identical?
Yes,
Okay, for
ma'am.
both cases, perfect. So there's nothing unique about this one. All right, in case CE 2403165, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. If I could just see that affidavit of posting one more time. Perfect, thank you. Based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting, I'll find that the city had good service for today's hearing. Based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer, I'll find respondents in violation of sections 18106I, 94485B1E, 18103J, 18103B, 7862, 18103E, 94442E, 744A3, 744C5, 18103E, and 18106A, and I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 6 months, or a $250 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 27, 812 Fifth Street, CE 240411816.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. The property was cited for the following violations on observance. 94302A4, fence repair. 744C5, clean out one half of easement and/or swell. 2232A, certificate of use. 94485, 485B1E, marking of parking lot. 22441, rental license. 7434A1H, garbage can placement. 32102A, junk and operable vehicle. 18106A, clean and sanitary conditions. 9442E, landscaping of swell. 9442AC1, landscaping. 94482A, unpaved parking. And 9471C, outdoor storage. The items that are in compliance, violations that are in compliance, are the unpaved parking, 94482A. 34102A, junk and operable vehicle. And 2232A, certificate of use. And 22441, rental license. All other violations remain outstanding. Property was posted on 5/17/2024. Cert mail was signed 4/18/2024. I have emailed and owner and property manager, one of each. So they are well aware of it. By me writing the violation that prompted him to pay for his rental license, they were delinquent. So he's fully aware of what needs to be done regarding the property. All pictures were taken by myself and verified. And I'm asking for 30 more days to come into full compliance, or $100 per day.
And the photographs truthfully and accurately depict the violations being discussed and observed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Magistrate. We're requesting that the photographs, the case file, and the testimony of the code enforcement officer be admitted into evidence as the record at this time.
And what's the fence and wall maintenance?
In the rear of the property, the fence is just dilapidated in the rear of the
Okay,
property.
was it a chain link?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, I think I saw a photo of
Yeah,
that.
okay, that's what it is.
Okay. And the debris, the clean and sanitary, that's clear, the right-of-way was clear. What's the outdoor storage?
Outdoor storage was and is different items. I can't really tell what those items are on the back side of the unit, but initially it was a, what you call that, stand-up washer and dryer. I can't remember the name of it right now.
Oh, stackable?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's out
Stackable.
out in the yard?
On the front porch.
On the porch, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. And I saw the affidavit and the signed certified mail. All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, for the record, the respondent is not present in case CE 24041816. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 94302A4, 744C5, 94485B1E, 74341A, 74341A1H, 18106A, 94442E, 94442C1, and 9471C. And I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed.
Thank you.
And number 28, 1012 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 24031664.
Okay, this is the other half of our property. Officer Luster West Palm Code, the following violations are as follow. 94485B1E, paving and marking of driveway or parking lot. 7894C, swell, seeding or sodding swell. 744C5, cleaning up one half of easement and swell. 18106A, cleaning sanitary conditions. 18103E, structural floors, windows, exterior doors. 744A3, garbage, litter, and refuge. 18103B, roof and wall repair or replacement. 18103J, painting of building. 78-62, numbering standards and location. 18105E, structural of windows, exterior doors. 214B, securing of the property. That might not be on that other one. Securing of the vacant property. Property was posted along with City Hall on 5/17/2024. Cert mail was signed on April 4th, 2024. I've had no contact with this owner. I'm asking for 6 months or $250 per day after. And pictures were all taken and verified by me.
And they truthfully and accurately depict the violations observed and discussed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Magistrate, other than we're requesting the photographs, the testimony, and the case file be admitted into evidence as the record.
Thank you. There's the affidavit of posting. Can I just see the signed green card? Perfect. All right, in case CE 24031664, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the certified mail having been signed for, as well as the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 7894C, 744C5, 18106A, 18103E, 744A3, 94485B1E, 18103B, 18103J, 7862, 18105E, and 18214B. and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 6 months, or a $250 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
That completes the first part of the agenda.
All right, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Magistrate. You read our minds.
set to reconvene?
Yes, yes. West Palm TV, 30 seconds.
All right, with that, I'll call back to order the City of West Palm Beach, other matters portion of the agenda for code enforcement hearing. My name is Amity Barnard. A bit about process. These are the fine reduction hearings, so when you hear your case called, come to the podium to my right. City staff will be at the podium on my left. They will give me a few details, and then you'll get to present to me your side of why the fine should be reduced. That'll change. It looks like there are some police cases that may change then, but I'll explain more at that time. With that, first thing I'm going to do is swear anybody in who's here to speak on any items on today's agenda. So if you're here to speak on any items, everybody who's in the room, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me, I'll swear you all in at the same time, including city staff. Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, with that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
Okay, first case number 296108 South Dixie Highway, CE 1011052. Number 296108 South Dixie Highway.
Morrison? Yes.
This same owner is also here for another case number 326108 South Dixie, CE 21040605.
Magistrate, would you like me to call, call them at the same time?
Yeah, go ahead and read them both in if you want, and I'll rule on them separately.
Okay. So for case number CE 101-10152, this case was originally cited in November of 2010. They were cited for an installation of a new illuminated sign that required a permit, and a stop work order was issued November 5th, 2010. This went to a magistrate hearing January 19th, 2011. Excuse me. It was ordered for the fine to start as of February 22nd, 2011. That ran for 234 days at $50 a day for a total of $11,700. This was complied October 14th, 2011. It is the same owner. We do have an agreement beforehand to reduce the lien to 20%, which would be a total of $2,340. For case number CE 210-40605, this case was originally cited in April 28th, 2021. They were cited for plumbing work done without permits, gas work installed without permits. A stop work order was also issued in this case. This went to a special magistrate hearing August 18th, 2021. It was ordered for the fine to start as of September 17th, 2021. That ran for 651 days at $50 a day for a total of $32,550. This was complied on June 30th, 2023. Again, same owner. We do have an agreement beforehand to reduce this to 20% as well, which will be a total of $6,510.
All right, your name, sir?
My name is Francisco Gil.
And your relation to Morrison's of Palm Beach?
I'm a manager of the entity.
Okay, very good. So you've heard what the city has said. And this is just as it relates to the first case. He's telling me that you have an agreement, that you're in agreement to pay $2,340. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, anything further you'd like me to hear?
No, we were notified. Many of those violations is the tenants, the ones who do not comply, and then it comes back to us as landlords as soon as we know. Sometimes it takes some time for us to be notified, but as soon as we know, we take care of them.
Okay. How long do you need to pay that amount? Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 101-10152, reduce the previously imposed fine amount from $11,700 to the mutually agreed amount of $2,340 payable within 30 days. All right, in the second case, sir, you heard what the code officer said. He indicates to me that you have agreed to the amount of $6,510. Is that correct also?
That's correct.
Okay, how much time do you need to pay that one?
Same, 30 days.
30 days is fine, okay. Anything else you'd like me to hear in that case?
No, thank you.
All right, in case CE 21040605, I will reduce the previously imposed fine amount from $32,550 down to $6,510, again payable within 30 days. Best of luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's a copy of your order, sir, behind you, next to you. Here.
Over here.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, next case, number 30 and 31 for 1021 14th Street, aka 1023 14th Street, CE 16030670 and CE 09120302. Mr. Bullard?
You can do the
Sure.
same thing if you want. I'll read them both in. That's
Okay.
fine. Thank
He's
you.
also here for case number 33, 35, and 36. Do you want to take them?
This is one addressed together, right?
Yeah, the other ones are 30 and 31 the same address?
No, 33 and 35 are the same address. 36 is a different address.
All right, then go ahead and just start with 30. Let's do the first
Got it.
two independently, and then you can group the
Got
rest of them.
All right. So for case number CE 160-30670, this case was originally cited March 23rd of 2016. He was cited for cleaning up his half of the alleyway and keeping it trimmed and cut, and for his garbage can being in view of the public. This went to a special magistrate hearing April 20th, 2016. It was ordered for the fine to start as of April 26th, 2016. That ran for 2 days at $100 a day for a total of $200. This was complied April 28th, 2016. Same owner, 9 cases at this particular property under his ownership with code enforcement. The city is requesting to reduce that fine to 0. For case number CE 09120302.
Well, let me stop you there, and this one's pretty easy. Let me deal with this one, and
Sure.
then, your name, sir?
Stanley Bullard.
Okay. You've heard what the code, good morning, sir. You've heard what the code enforcement officer is saying. This one's a pretty easy one to dispose of. The fine amount was only $200, and he's asking me to reduce it to 0. I presume you don't have any objection to that?
None. You know,
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I'll hear more from you on the other cases, but let's go ahead and deal with this one first. So in case CE 160-30670, I'll reduce the previously imposed fine amount from $200 down to $0. All right, go ahead now. Thank you.
For case number CE 09120302, this case was originally cited in December of 2009. He was cited for rental license violation and certificate of use, address characters needed on the home, as well as paint needed on the exterior of the structure. This went to a special magistrate hearing March 31st, 2010. It was ordered for the fine to start as of May 3rd, 2010. This ran for 3,150 days at $100 a day for a total of $315,000. This was complied in December 17th of 2018. Same owner, 5 cases with code enforcement under his ownership. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. City requests a reduction to 15%, which would be $47,250.
And you said 5 other cases or 9? 5. Okay. All right, your name again for the record, sir?
Stanley Bullard Sr.
Okay, so you've heard what the code enforcement officer has said. This is your chance to tell me why the fine should be reduced.
Can you repeat that for me?
Why should the fine be reduced?
Well, I must say, Your Honor, I'm here at the mercy of the court. I understand I hold myself completely accountable for these fines and those thereafter. However, I'm asking for the reduction. 2010, at that time, I was going through a divorce. I was separated from my wife, finalized in 2018, 2019 divorce. These fines ran, and they were not adequately, I would say, spoken to between both parties, and it fell through the cracks. I completed everything. I'm here representing these properties because my former wife and I are not amicable, and I'm trying to fix everything and make my name and standings with the city and get everything back in order. And I'm asking that this 15%, I would say that I just put out a lot of money. I'm not sure if you want to know how much, which I didn't. I had to borrow just to get to this point to be heard today. So the 15% would be far more than what I can afford. So I don't know if I can, I'm not sure what the bottom number was again with that 15%. I heard a number, but I didn't get a chance
Yeah, the
to
number
write
he
down.
told me was 47,250. The difficulty is that this isn't the only case you have on the agenda, and you have
Right.
quite a few very, very significant
Yes, ma'am.
fines or liens on your property. Are you trying to sell this particular property?
No, I'm just, two of these property liens I wasn't even aware of because of the vacant lot on the back. And, but this one here, goes back to 2010. I spoke to my former wife about these particular liens. And all I can do right now is do my best to try to meet whatever dollar amount is possible. I just don't have the ability at this time. I'm retired. I have 2 kids in college, trying to make that work. I know I have an obligation to pay these bills, and I can only ask that $315,000. I don't know how to even make that happen after just paying $30,000 to pay a water bill on another one that you're going to hear just to be heard today. And so I don't know how to even move forward with that as far as a number. I would ask if it's possible, can I pay $3,000 on that?
No, so the difficulty, what I have to consider, there's a few things under the state law.
Yes.
One of which is how many other cases you have in the city, and it's clear that you have a pattern here. You have, the code enforcement officer indicated that there are 5 other cases. I'm not sure if all 5 are on this agenda, but you have several cases on this agenda. So clearly you have an issue with code enforcement. The other thing I have to consider is the gravity of the violations, and the impact that your failure to comply with the city's code has had on your neighbors. These are all rental properties, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're generating revenue on these properties, but you're failing to comply with the city's code. So, I'm sympathetic to the fact that you can only pay a certain amount, but, the balance for me today is keeping the city's code enforcement process effective, right? If you just come to code enforcement hearing and reduce all these fines to nothing, then what's the point of the city's code enforcement process? It's not supposed to be punitive. However, neighbors have to deal with these things, and I think in this one you said it was 3,150 days?
Correct.
So that's how many years? I mean, that's a long time for non-compliance. And your responsibility, it's different if you stand before me and that's the house that you live in, and you're there and you're dealing with the condition of the house as well. Here, I presume you don't live at any of these residences, so you're not affected by the condition of the properties. Your tenants are, and your property owner neighbors are. So I'm certainly willing to reduce the amounts, but I can't go to the number that you said. And my concern more so is the fact that you have another one that's very substantial, 2 more that are very substantial.
Yes.
On the agenda. What's the city's position if I reduce these and give him a time to pay? If he doesn't pay, they revert back. Does he only get 1 request for lien mitigation? Is that the city's policy?
He would have to come back a year later.
So he would get an opportunity. If he doesn't pay, if it reverts back, he can
Revert,
come back
yeah.
again for fine mitigation later?
Correct,
Okay.
after 1 year.
Your Honor, can I say
Go ahead.
something as you were speaking?
Yes, sir.
I understand about the neighbors and living somewhere else and how it affect the community. But I can certainly say, I've been in this business for many years, but in that 10-year span, I went through a very, very difficult divorce. And my former wife and I wasn't together during the time of these. And when I went to court, the judge split our properties up. And when he split the properties up, there were liens that came with, these are your properties, these are mine. And I can say that when these liens were being, violations was being established and wasn't paid attention to, but me being a citizen of this community and a resident of this county, I can certainly say those violations may have happened, but I'm not one, I'm a declarated 33-year Palm Beach County Sheriff Office, retired. I take care of all my properties. Everything I have that we had, yeah, there are some things issued, but there was a window that happened. And and I'm quite sure going back, that has happened, but that's not my image as a person.
Okay.
And any property that I'm here representing these properties now, because if I didn't do this, it wouldn't get done. And I'm trying to make things right with my name, as well as satisfy what needs to be done for the community and the city, and all these properties that was split between my former wife and I. That 10-year window, but if you go back and look, they were complied. I don't think not one neighbor would be able to tell you that Mr. Bullard and his former wife was just slumlords. Never have been, never has been. I just had a bad situation, and my former wife and I, we split up, and you're talking about almost like 9 years. In 2019, that's when all the stuff started coming out because we went to court. So
Okay.
I'm at the mercy of you all to help me, whereas I will meet, and I don't think I've had any violations in years other than what was told I need to do.
Okay,
from the
I appreciate
past.
that. I
Yes,
appreciate that
ma'am.
additional testimony. Let me do this. Let me have the city read in the other cases, and let me get a sense for what the requested grand total is gonna be for all the cases, if you
Okay.
would.
Sure.
So I'm asking him, just so you understand, sir, I'm asking him to read in all the rest of your cases.
Yes, ma'am.
So that I hear all the numbers that are being requested, so I have a sense
Understood,
for what's
understood.
being asked in totality.
Appreciate it.
All right. All right, so for case number CE 150704882, this is agenda item number 33. This case was originally cited July 21st, 2015, for paint needed on the structure, or exterior of the structure, excuse me. This went to special magistrate hearing September 2nd, 2015. It was ordered for that fine to start as of October 3rd, 2015. This ran for 502 days at $50 a day, for a total of $25,100. This was complied February 16th, 2017. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Again, same owner. In this case, for this address, there are 18 cases with code enforcement. The city requests a reduction of 15% of that lien, which is a total of $3,765.
What was that number? I'm sorry, 3 what?
$3,765.
Okay, thank you.
Same address, in case number CE 1205048, agenda item number 35. This case was originally cited May 24th, 2012. They were cited for renewal of their rental license and certificate of use. This went to special magistrate hearing July 18th, 2012. It was ordered for the fine to start as of August 21st, 2012. That ran for 2,311 days at $100 a day, for a total of $231,100. This was complied December 19th, 2018. Service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Again, same owner. Under this address, 18 cases with code enforcement. The city requests a reduction of 15%, which would be a total of $34,665. For case number CE 100700216, this is agenda item number 36. This case went to a magistrate, or excuse me, was originally cited July 14th, 2010. They were cited for unpaved parking, installation of a driveway without a permit, address characters needed on the structure, paint needed on the structure, and failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. This went to a special magistrate hearing October 27th, 2010. It was ordered for the fine to start as of December 14th, 2010. This ran for 4,308 days at $100 a day for a total of $430,800. This was complied September 30th, 2022. A service in this case was achieved by way of posting. Again, same owner. In this case, there were for this address, 25 cases with code enforcement.
25 cases?
25, yes, ma'am. City requests a reduction in this case to 10% of the lien, which would be $43,080.
All right, so that's. All right, so, Mr. Bullard, the difficulty
Yes.
is that the code enforcement officer's testimony is quite different than yours. You're indicating to me that you had a few minor issues with code enforcement, but especially at the address of 1024 14th Street, 25 code enforcement cases is a lot of cases. That's not just I forgot to mow the grass or have my guy mow the grass one time. That's certainly a pretty egregious pattern of failing to comply with code enforcement. What was going on at that address?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. Doing anything that was happening between 2009, 10, that's when we separated. We finalized our divorce in 2019. So that window, I wasn't getting documentations because I wasn't here. And that particular property, I guess the best way to put it, we were separated and there was no accountability being taken care of. Now, what was being done at that property, what was the mail, if it was going to her, if it was, because I wasn't here, if she was receiving the letters, yes, those 25 violations, I couldn't even tell you why she didn't follow through with them, or if we didn't communicate over that window from the time that we were separated, then we got divorced. And when I started looking into all of this, and things started coming about in 2018, and I started to try to refinance properties and fix up things, I couldn't refinance anything. That's when the liens start. They said, no, there's liens here. So when the court ordered us that we're gonna split these properties, that particular property, 1024, is hers. So technically, she should be here being honored, speaking on the behalf of these property, but there's an issue. So I'm just trying to fix everything because it needs to be resolved. And I'm here on standings of me trying to fix everything so I can just move forward with life and put this behind me. But those numbers are astronomical. I totally understand 25 violations, and was it garbage, was it painted, was these things done, were they back in compliance? Like I said, I completely hold myself accountable. Should I have paid more attention when I was separated and when I was moved away and then I got remarried? Should I have paid attention to what the good judge gave her, what the judge gave me? Didn't really pay attention to all this until 2018, 2019. That's when COVID came, and then was trying to get everything refinanced because the judge ordered us 60 days to get every property out of my name, out of property. Was her name is mine, mine out of hers. But
So which ones do you own right now? Do you own 1023 14th Street?
1023 was another issue. That's 1021. It's one parcel. When I bought that property through an investment, bad mistake on my end. When you get a title, it should be clear, clean title. I did not know the property 1021, which has a vacant lot behind it, which is 1023. I didn't know about that. There was a building there before I even bought it. So it was a lien already running on that property before I even bought it. So when I bought it and got a loan on it, it came with me. So
Yeah,
that
that's what
1023,
yeah, that's what
there's a
happens.
water bill there, and the only reason I found out, I went to zoning to ask them, what can I do with this, is this multicultural back here?
But do you own that one now?
1023?
Yeah.
It's part of 1021, it's just a vacant lot behind the main building, which you move there, you think is a backyard.
Right, but I mean, who owns that one? You or your wife?
Oh,
I'm
I
trying
do.
to get at who.
Yeah, I own 1020,
Does your ex-wife
1023.
know that you're here on the ones that she owns?
I'm sorry?
Does your ex-wife know that you're here representing her on these, and she authorized you to be here today?
Yes.
Okay. Was the city's paperwork signed by the ex-wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
So it's 1023 was $430,000, and the only reason I found out it was a water bill there because it was cut in the backyard and it was a
But that's
cleanhouse.
not what this is for, though. 1023, this is for, as I heard the code enforcement officer, this is for rental license, address characters, paint, and clean and sanitary. Was that the other one? Oh, no, COU is my writing, sorry. Certificate of
ma'am.
use. So that has, this has nothing to do with the water bill.
No, 1023, 1021 is the address for that building. 1023, there's no building there. It's a vacant lot. And that's what was the issue that I ran into with,
Right, but I just want you to, I understand there's an address issue, but just so I just want you to understand that the
Okay.
water bill is not, we're not here for the water bill, just the code enforcement liens.
so 1023, you were saying it's a character address issue?
Rental license, address character, certificate of use, and paint, is that correct?
Yep.
But I don't have a building that's 1023. It's 1021. And when I went before to look into this, when I went to records and so forth, so on, 1023 is a vacant lot right behind this same property that 1021, which I thought that was the,
Well, 1024, and there's, you got a lot going on here, but 1024, that's the next closest address. That's the one we talked about, that's the one with the very
yeah, we
high
talked
lien.
about 1024.
But as it relates to those issues, which lot was which, you know, I can't relitigate the merits of the case today. My
Yes,
job
ma'am.
here is to reduce the fine.
I understand.
Based on what you're telling me. So, you know, assuming that there were appellate rights back then when the fine assessment orders were issued and the violations were
Yes.
issued, you could have appealed those at that time, but I can't relitigate whether the address was correct or incorrect today.
Okay.
I'm going to reduce these. I'm not sure if you're going to, the difficult position you're in is you have so many cases and none of them are, you know, you just had one case on the property. So I'll reduce them. I don't know if the number is going to be what you can or cannot pay, but I'm
Yes.
going to go through them and I'm going to reduce them. And my hope is that you'll be able to find a way to come up with the money so that if it is your plan to you know, satisfy these liens and get square with the city.
I understand.
In loose terms. I'll try to help you get there, but again, as I sit here today, my job is to look at the severity of the violations, the gravity of the violations is what the statute says.
Yes.
The other instances of code enforcement that you have with the city, and your efforts to come back into compliance. So I understand you did spend money, to get back into compliance or to get into compliance to even get here today. So I will certainly take that into consideration. I'll ask you a few more questions on the other cases. But on this case, I'm not sure that last prong there in terms of what you spent is particularly relevant. So in case CE 09120302, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $315,000 down to $20,000 payable within. How much time do you need? If I reduce all these, how much time do you need? Is 6 months a reasonable amount of time for you?
I would need a year.
What's the city's response? Is a year okay?
City has no objection today.
All right.
That's true.
So I'll reduce that one from $315,000 down to $20,000 payable within 1 year, having considered that in this case you only had 5 other code cases. In CE 150704882, that fine amount was $25,100. The city's requesting that be reduced to $3,765. That seems like a reasonable number to me. That ran for a very long time, and you had 18 cases. Is there anything else you'd like me to hear on that case?
That was, the last number on that was
482.
Oh, 482. No,
It was a certificate of use and a paint issue and a rental license
Okay.
violation.
I appreciate, if I heard it correctly, that was reduced to $3,000?
I'll, even, their number was $3,765. I'll reduce it to $3,000 payable within 90 days. I'm not gonna give you as much time on that one, because it's a smaller amount. Given the fact that it was just licensing, there was a paint issue, which the neighbors had to deal with for 502 days. In the next case, which is CE 12050438, the previous fine amount was $231,100. Again, this was for certificate of use, rental license, and business tax receipt that ran for 2,311 days. And that address, 726 41st Street, had 18 cases. Is there anything you'd like me to hear on that case, that address, 726 41st Street?
No, I just was hoping and praying that you'll give me a number that's workable, that I can move forward towards it.
And that one, the part that isn't beneficial to you is just the sheer number of code enforcement cases that the city has had to deal with you on. I will reduce it, given it is a certificate of use and rental license violation, a BTR, which in terms of the gravity of violations is lesser. But at the same time, with business tax receipts and certificate of uses, you're making money off of these rentals, but you're not going through the very ministerial process of getting the required licenses. So it's a little bit of a slippery slope there, because you're generating revenue. But that said, I'll reduce that one from 231,100 down to 15,000 payable within 1 year. And in the final case, CE 100700216, this is the one with the $430,800 lien amount. The city in this one has, I think, somewhat graciously requested that I reduce this down to 10%, which is more than they typically do, especially given the fact that there are 25 cases on this one. Anything else you'd like me to hear on that one?
No.
This was the biggest one in terms of your,
That's the last four numbers, 0216, that was
That's correct.
$430,800.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't. I mean, I have to just ask that, whatever your heart feels that is necessary for the city, I respect that.
I appreciate you being here today. I am taking into consideration all the things that you've told me. That is a very, very high lien amount, so I'll reduce it even further than the city is requesting. But given the fact that you did have 25 cases at that location, and given the fact that these were more serious violations in terms of impacts on the neighbors, I'm going to reduce this fine amount down from $430,800 down to $30,000 payable within 1 year. Okay, sir?
Is it possible, Judge? Can you go a little lower? No?
Those are the numbers, sir.
Are the numbers?
Given what I've heard, given the
Yes.
facts for each case, and I know they're not as low as you would like them to be, but my hope is you can work with them, and there are significant reductions from the total lien amounts that you do have. You have upwards of $1 million in code enforcement liens on your property. So these are significant reductions. I hope that they help you, and I do wish you the best of luck. Okay, sir?
Okay. What is the timeline on each one of these? 1 year, and one was 30 days, I think?
Yeah, well, all of them were 1 year except for the one that ends in 0482, which is a $3,000 amount. I gave you 90 days.
I thank you so much. and
Okay.
Thank you all for hearing
And
this.
she'll give you orders right now, okay, sir?
Appreciate it. Thank you
Good
very
luck to
much.
you.
Again, thank y'all so much. Appreciate it, Mr. Marcus, Mr. Mark, and Ms. Monique for working diligently with me on this process. And trust me, you will not ever see this
With all
happen
due
again.
respect, I do not want to see you again. So keep in
Absolutely.
compliance, but with all due respect, best of luck.
Thank you all so kindly.
Thank you.
All right.
Number 34, 4213 Heath Circle South, CE 23060204.
So for case number CE 230, this case was originally cited in June of 2023. They were cited for tree trimming standards, address characters needed on the house, and for tree abuse. This went to a special magistrate hearing August 2nd, 2023. It was ordered for the fine to start as of November 1st, 2023. That ran for 37 days at $50 a day for a total of $1,850. This was complied December 8th, 2023. Service was achieved in this case by way of posting. Same owner. There's only 2 cases with code enforcement under their ownership. So the city requests to reduce this fine to $500.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Your name?
My name is Margaret Hawkins.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're the owner of the property, is that right?
Yes, I am. And he's saying there's 2 codes?
He said there were 2 code enforcement cases for the address over time. So the city has record of 2 cases in its files. I don't know if you want to
I
add
don't
anything.
understand. I only one, and that was about the tree.
Was there another case about something else?
Nope.
That's what,
Now,
I
that
guess
this
that's what the
address-
city's system is showing.
Sometimes where I live, there's Heath Circle South where I live, and there's Heath Circle North, and they both have the same numerical address.
Minus the north and the south?
And,
Okay.
Matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, Miss Monique called me about my neighbor's property. That wasn't mine, about a fence. I get people coming to my house all the time
For
with
the other
wrong
address? Okay.
And I didn't get the paper in June, okay? When I got the paper, it was in July. And I have a picture of my tree that I took in July that had green limbs and everything. And I thought they had the wrong address because I'm like, my tree is green. So when they did tell me, yes, it's mine, I cooperated from there on, but I didn't get the paperwork in June. When I got the paperwork, it was in July. And I took a picture of my tree. And I have worked with them every time they told me to do something since last year, and it will be a whole year next month.
Okay.
And I don't understand why they cited me about that tree, but either way, I have worked, and it took all this time, and I kept calling and calling the code enforcement office, but I guess she never got the messages, but I left my name and number, and this could have been finished way before now. And when I got the tree, I told Mr. McFarland to give me a couple of days, that I had to get the tree, and I had to have someone to put the tree in, and I had to pay $100 for the tree, $150 for a replacement tree, and I had to pay for the tree to be cut down.
So is that what you did? You removed the tree that you were cited for tree
They told
abuse?
me I had to remove it,
And
so I
you
had to
replaced
pay to
it.
have the tree removed.
Okay.
I had to pay to have a tree put there,
Okay. How much money did you spend on all that?
and then I had to pay the $200 for this right here.
Okay.
So I spent about $400.
$400 total?
Yes.
Okay. You've heard the city is requesting that I reduce this down to 500. What's your response?
I don't feel for, if you see this tree here, and because I have been cooperating, I feel some people got a better deal than I did, and I've been cooperating, and this should have been over a long time ago.
Okay.
It's not like I wasn't cooperating, and I'm a senior citizen. I'm gonna be 73 this year. We don't get much money.
Yeah, okay.
And I just had to pay some taxes, and if you want to see the bill, now I don't really have $500 to pay.
Okay, I understand that.
I have the receipt right here,
Okay.
if you want to see it.
No, that's fine. I'm more concerned with the amount of money that you've already told me that you spent in getting into compliance with the city's code. Does the city have anything else to add in terms of what they've heard?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, anything else you'd like me to hear, ma'am?
No, it's just that I mean, I guess they have so much work, and I guess the phone system doesn't work sometimes, but I have been calling. I had been calling, and she can tell you that once she finally got a hold to, was able to get a hold to me, I've done everything that she asked me within the time frame. You know, there's nothing else that I could have done.
Okay, I appreciate that, ma'am. What I'm gonna do in case number CE 23060204 is I'm gonna reduce the previous fine amount from $1,850 down to $100. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes, ma'am, I will. Thank you so much.
Okay, good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And she'll have an order, I think, right here for you
All right.
before you go.
Thank you. Now, who do I make this out to? Bring it here and pay it at code enforcement?
I'm not sure, ask code enforcement.
Pay one of the cashiers over there? Okay. And make it out to, City of West Palm Beach? And that's it? I don't have to put code enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, you're good.
They'll tell you who to make out the check to over there. Thank you, ma'am.
That completes the second part of the agenda, I believe. Yes.
What did you say? I'm sorry?
That completes the second part of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're down to police cases. Are we ready to proceed with that? All right, I guess for those of you who have just joined, we're gonna start with the police cases. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for this portion of the agenda. First thing I'm gonna do is let the folks who are streaming in come in. And first thing I'm gonna do is swear everybody in who's here to testify. If you could stand and raise your right hands for me. Anybody who's here for any of the police cases, stand up. Raise your right hands. Gentlemen who just came in the back, raise your right hands. Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and then just in terms of process, when you hear your case called, come to the podium here to my right. The city officer is obviously standing to my left, so when you hear your case, come down, and with that, I'll turn to the city to call its first case.
Okay. First case, number 37, PD 240500426 for 3601 South Dixie Highway, Victoria Latin Supermarket. I'm just gonna call him in.
Sorry.
No. It says he only speaks Spanish. Do you speak any English?
No, a little English.
Does anybody here speak Spanish or English? I could see if I could try to find somebody who's.
Maybe skip to the next one while we try to find someone who can translate.
Yeah, we'll get to Lionel coming. Officer Santana will come in. He's in the front office.
Okay,
He's out
let's
there.
go ahead and skip to the next one
Okay.
then, and then we'll come back to you, ma'am. So
Un momento.
Okay,
just sit down for 1 second, okay?
Number 38, 2121 North Tamarind Avenue, PD 240500422 for Adams Grocery.
Good afternoon, my name is Akivia Basraj. I'm counsel for the person who owns the property, not Adams Grocery Store. I believe I'm still waiting on my client.
So your client's not here yet?
She's out front. She has to come through.
So she's at the building, she's at security?
Yes, that's what she just texted me.
Okay, do you want her to be?
Yes.
Okay, so then let's have you sit down, we'll skip to the next one, I'll call you back.
Thank you.
Number 39, PD 240500423 for 1401 North Tamarind Avenue, Sam's Food Market.
Sergeant Timothy Colvin with the City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, I was a supervisor for a alcohol compliance operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. And in order to do so, I used confidential sources that were under the age of 21 at the time of the operation that had already been proven trustworthy.
At approximately 20:42 hours on this day, the confidential source entered Sam's Food Market, 1401 Tamarind. Upon entering the store, the confidential sources picked up a single can of Bud Light. They went to the clerk. The clerk properly checked ID, and then a customer inside the store advised that they'd buy it for them, even though, and then the clerk still sold, even though the alcohol was known or should have been reasonably known that was going directly to that underage person who was standing directly next to them. After the sale, which I was listening to via comms, I went inside, made contact with the clerk, advised him that he just sold to a underage person, or sold vicariously through a third person, and it was very clear that it was going to the minor. This is their second offense, and we find that they're violations of City Ordinance 6-12 and 6-13. It's their second offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $500.
Good afternoon, officer. How are you?
Very well.
Good. May I inquire, Special Magistrate?
Go ahead,
briefly?
thank you.
Is that the owner of the?
Yeah.
And I'm just, okay, he's the owner and not the actual person that that sold the underage?
Like that picture was just posted of the clerk that sold.
The clerk, right, that's the word I'm looking for. Okay. Nothing further at this time, Special Magistrate.
And I guess just one question for the officer. You said that the person properly checked ID, but is it your testimony is that the ID that was presented was the person was not of age?
Correct. The person, when it was not given any fake IDs, they presented their real ID. They initially turned her away, and then somebody in the floor said, "I'll buy it for her," and then they sold it away.
Okay, thank you. And does the city want the evidentiary case file in the record?
Yes, Magistrate, sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, your name, sir, for the record?
My name is Zaid Mahmoud.
All right, you're the property owner?
No, I'm the business owner, not property.
A business owner, okay. Do you understand what the officer has said?
Yeah.
That your clerk sold to someone who presented with underage identification?
Yeah, he checked that. It's like a sting operation, you know. He checked the ID, so the ID, and somebody else took the beer and she went, you know.
Right, so I think what you need to do is you need to work on training your staff that when someone presents a driver's license and they're not of age, they can't have someone else in the store who is of age make the purchase and then give it to the person who's underage.
Yeah, after they would train people, and you know, last week happened same thing, so we didn't sell. You know, I trained all the.
So you're training,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
very
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Keep doing the training, because the officer has indicated that this is your second offense, so
Yeah.
this has happened at least one time before, so make sure this is the last time it happens, okay, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Any objection to the documents that are on the screen behind me?
No.
Okay, with that, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1 without objection. Anything else you'd like me to hear, sir? Okay, with that, I'll find, based on the case file that's been entered into the record and the testimony of the officer, that the city service for today's hearing is adequate, and that based on the photograph and the testimony that the respondent is in violation of section 6-12, I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500 for that violation.
500?
500, yes, sir. Keep training your staff so it doesn't happen again, okay?
Here's a copy of your order, sir.
She'll give you a copy of the order right there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The instructions on how to pay are on the bottom.
Yeah, I'm going to finish.
Okay, back to number 37, PD 24050426, 3601 South Dixie Highway, Victoria Latin Market.
Translate for her. I'll try to go slow.
And let me swear in the translator, the officer that just came in. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for translating. Go ahead, sir.
All right, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Thursday, April 11, 2024, I was the case agent for an alcohol compliance operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they were properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used confidential sources that were under the age of 21 at the time. at approximately 20,
Let
May I
me
interrupt
stop you
you?
there, 'cause she's gonna have, he's gonna
Sorry, we have
say a
to do
lot.
the translation.
I thought Santana was fast.
Can you translate that, sir?
Eso sí lo entendí. Okay, she advised she understood that.
She understood that?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue on, Sergeant, thank you.
All right, 2000 hours, the confidential sources enter Victoria Latin Food Market at 3601 South Dixie Highway. Confidential source went to
All right,
the...
let me pause you there.
¿Entiendes lo que está diciendo?
Go, go ahead and just
Sí,
translate
yo
it.
lo estoy entendiendo a él.
Okay, tú puedes
Entender un
escuchar, pero no
poquito.
puedes hablar mucho.
Sí.
Okay, she's advising that she can actually understand, but maybe not talk as much.
So, so she confirmed with her that she understood that portion?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Sergeant.
The confidential source picked up a can of Corona Extra, which is 5% alcohol by volume. Confidential source went to the checkout counter, placed on the counter, and the clerk sold the alcohol without properly checking ID at all or asking age.
All right, pause there for me.
Sí.
¿Qué dijo él?
Él estaba diciendo que él tomó la foto de que la persona llegó, no se le pidió el ID. Fui ella. Yo estaba ahí cuando pasó todo el evento.
So go ahead and, can you report back to what she said to you?
Yeah, she's understanding that the source went in, grabbed alcohol beverage, and they did not ask for any type of ID.
Okay, very good, thank you. Go ahead, Sergeant.
Okay, I believe that as a business, they violated City 106-12 and 6-13. This is their first offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $250.
No, allá no.
Okay, esta es la primera ofensiva que te van a dar.
Ujú.
Y how much was it, 200 and?
250.
250 va a ser el ticket que te van a dar por esa.
Okay.
Okay, ¿entiendes eso?
Sí.
Okay, she understands.
She understands that.
May I inquire, officer, was there a posting of, signage posting of that it is illegal to sell underage on the property?
I believe they have it
Your
on their door,
knowledge?
if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry,
I believe they have it on the door,
Okay.
the sign from Palm Beach County
Pero
Substance
sí,
Awareness Coalition.
tenemos los tickets que solo a mayores de edad se les
And
puede vender.
when, I'm sure you said it, when was this, when did this occur?
April 11th.
April 11th, okay. Magistrate, at this time, I would request for the officer's testimony as well as the photographs and case file be admitted into evidence.
Okay, thank you. Can you ask her, the documentation that she's seen on the screen, can you ask her if she has any objection to that documentation being entered into the record?
Okay, la documentación que tienen aquí atrás,
Ujú.
¿tú la has visto anteriormente?
Sí.
¿Tú tienes alguna objeción de eso?
¿La foto?
No, de lo que dijo eso, de lo que decía.
Cuando él llegó,
Cuando dieron el papel.
él se lo dieron
So, todo
a...
lo que dice el papel es verdad.
Sí.
So, tú no tienes ninguna cosa de decir
No,
que
no.
No objection.
Okay, very good, thank you. So with that, in case PD 24050426, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. Just let her know that I entered the documentation into the case file, into the record. Can you let her know that?
Okay, eso lo entraron, eso lo van a entrar al récord, okay?
Ujú.
Para que esté ahí como un récord. Y que no
Okay.
tuviste ninguna objeción de eso.
Okay.
Okay? Que
And
no
it
te negas,
looks-
que no te negas a nada.
Okay.
Okay?
It looks like from the photograph, it was her that made the sale, is that
Correct,
correct?
she's the clerk. I spoke to a manager on scene that day as well and explained to her what happened, but she was the clerk that sold.
Okay, so can you ask her if she understands what she needs to be doing going forward, if she's received any training on how to properly make sales?
Te están preguntando si has tenido un training, si te han dado clases o algo así para ahora, para vender, después de lo que pasó, si has aprendido lo que pasó.
No, sí, ya.
¿Se está cogiendo algún curso
Es
o
que
algo así? o?
no se coge un curso, pero sí tuvimos una charla sobre eso en
En el trabajo.
en el trabajo ya.
Okay, she's advising that there's no type of like school or training, but they actually got together amongst each other, the workers, and they talked about it.
Okay, so she understands what she needs to do
Yes,
going forward? Okay. Can you explain to her that the city is asking for a one-time fine of $250 per day?
Of $250?
Excuse me, $250, one-time
Okay,
fine.
just wanna make sure. Le están preguntando si estás bien con la citación que te están dando por $250 una vez.
Está bien.
Más nada.
Because it's her first offense.
Can we specify that that's to the business itself, not to the
Right,
clerk?
not to her.
Not to her.
Right. And just make sure she understands that goes against the business, not her directly.
Y eso no va hacia ti, eso va a ser hacia
Sí,
el
sí,
negocio.
hace negocio,
Okay.
yo sé.
She's advising how long does she have to pay for it?
I don't think, does the order specify?
It doesn't specify, no.
So there's not a set date that she has to pay by?
No hay ningún
¿Y se
día que...
paga aquí mismo?
Sí, se paga.
But the business owner should pay it as soon as they can.
Yes.
Right.
So quieren que lo pague tan pronto pueda.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, ask her if she has anything else she'd like me to hear, please.
¿Tú ¿Tienes algo más que le tienes que decirle a ellos? ¿Quieres escuchar?
No, no, está bien.
¿Alguna pregunta, nada?
No, ninguna, está
¿No?
claro.
¿Estás bien con todo?
Está bien.
Okay, she's good.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the translation, sir.
Okay, good.
All right, so in that case, I've entered the case file.
Does she need to stay? She's advising that she can.
Just tell her I'm going to make my ruling right now, so just to stay there for 1 minute, and then she'll be free to go. All right, so in case PD 24050426, I've entered the case file. I found that there's sufficient service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the evidence in the case file as well as the testimony of the sergeant, that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, and because it's a first offense, I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $250. And tell her that she can get the order right there.
Okay.
Puedes coger el papeleo para hacerle el pago.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, number 38, 2121 North Tamron Avenue, PD 24050422 for Adams Grocery.
All right, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, I was the supervising agent for a alcohol compliance operation that was done at point-of-sale vendors. They were properly checking IDs prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I employed the use of underage informants that were under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 20 hours, the confidential sources entered Adams Grocery at 2121 North Tamron Avenue. Upon entering the store, they retrieved a single can of Bud Light, 4.2 alcohol by beverage. They went to the clerk to check out. The clerk checked their ID, properly showed that they were 19 at the time. Another female in the store advised that she would buy it for them, and he sold the alcohol to them, knowing it was going to the underage person. Following that, I made contact with the clerk, explained to him what happened. They had just sold, and the reasons why they can't sell to somebody via someone else. I find that the business is in violation of City Ordinance 6-12 and 6-13. This is their fourth offense. We're asking for a one-time fee of $500.
May I speak?
Just 1 second, please. Anything further from the city before I turn it over to respondent?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Your name for the record, and let me swear in your clients who are not here when I
So-
swear.
The owners of the grocery store are not my clients. My client is the owner of the property.
Okay, or whoever they are, they're going to speak, or no?
He may speak. He's the owner of the store. I'm not sure. I don't speak on behalf of him. You can swear him in.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Continue, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Akivia Basraj. As stated before, I represent the owner of the property, not the grocery store. Just want to state, from what I know, it stayed on here, fourth offense. I just want to clarify that I believe that this may be the first offense, since my client has owned this property and since this grocery store has been at this property. My client came into the possession of this property in 2019, and the store has been there since 2020. I also want to add that I do have video evidence of what occurred inside the store and refute what is written in the officer's narrative. I believe the only portion of the statute that could be pertinent is that the clerk permitted this alcohol to be served to an individual, but in reviewing the video footage, which I can provide to you, it was just provided to me via text outside, is that what is shown is that the clerk refused to sell the minor the alcoholic beverage. There was an adult there who then purchased the alcohol. There does not seem to be any interaction between the clerk and that individual who's purchasing alcohol already, and she purchased additional alcohol. What is then shown is that outside, away from the store, there was an exchange where that adult gave the underage person the alcoholic beverage. There's no audio, so what is said inside the store is not known. The CIs that were used by the officers are not here, are not under oath to testify as to what actually happened inside the store. What we have is hearsay testimony from the officer of what was told to him by the CIs who, in many cases, CIs are paid for operating in this circumstance, and we don't know how truthful what was said by the CI to this officer is.
I can respond to that.
Just 1 second, officer, if I may. Special Magistrate, if I may, I'm not sure the property, and I was just going to look at the statute, if the property owner has standing to contest the code violation as it pertains to the owner of the business property. I'm hearing this is the property owner. She's not the operator of the business. Is that correct, counsel?
Correct, but
And so- and
we
if I may-
received notice, and that is the reason why I'm here today, because the owner received notice to be here.
Oh, was the, thank you for that clarity. Was the business, did the business owner who's here, I'm assuming he received notice also because it was posted on the property, correct?
Yes.
And so again, and I just want to read this, if I may get a minute or so.
Go ahead.
Just to read the ordinance again, if it's as to the property owner, and she may have gotten notice simply because it may have been posted on the property or mailed to the property, but the violation, my understanding, goes towards the business operator, the owner of the business who is in fact violating the
I'm
ordinance.
not contesting that, I'm just letting you know that we
No, I
received
get it.
notice, and that's
Thank
why
you,
we're here.
if I may. Officer, did you have?
I will
something?
respond to that. Obviously, hearsay is allowed in civil matters, so I was listening via comms. The conversation between the two was, I will buy that alcohol for her,
But I don't, I'm sorry to cut you off. I don't want us to talk about the substantive based on her argument if she has no standing to argue the argument. So I just didn't know if I missed something.
So what's the name of the business establishment?
The business listed on is Adams Grocery. That's what's listed on
Adams Grocery,
on
okay.
the business itself.
Current name is different. It's a tea grocery. It's not Adam Grocery anymore. Since we
this-
bought the store, like 2019 or 20, which is tea grocery, not Adam Grocery anymore.
Okay. Go ahead and read me that statute, if you could, that you were referring to, or the portion of the code.
The violation is under 612, 6-12. Every violation of laws of the state relating to the possessing, sale, gift, service, or permitting the service of alcohol beverages, whether herefore or hereafter enacted, is hereby specifically made a violation of this chapter. My argument would be it doesn't, because it's the sale, gift, service permitting, it would be as to the business owner, not the property owner, because the property owner is not engaged in the sale of alcohol beverages. In addition, I think the license runs to the business owner and not the property owner, special magistrate. In addition, the violation, if I understood the officer's testimony, is also section 6-13, which provides, shall be a defense. I'm looking for the,
Can you go back to the notice of violation for me while she's looking?
the notice of violation, please. So it's 6-13A, in addition to any other penalty available under law of this code, any person or establishment dealing in alcohol beverages violating this article shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and in violation of this chapter is punishable under section 1-13. And it goes on. Again, my position is it's not as to the property owner, therefore she has no standing. I understand the notice, which may have been posted on the property itself.
But who's the order going to be against?
The order, my understanding, is usually as to the business owner.
Can I see a copy of the order? Do you have a copy of the order?
The notice and the orders go to both.
And generally speaking, maybe the property owner and the business owner are usually one and the same, but in this case, it's not.
I mean, to comply with Chapter 162, you have to cite the property owner to get them here through code enforcement. So I'm not sure that she doesn't have standing by virtue of the fact that you have to call her here as the property owner. I understand that the alleged violation is against the business operator, but your notices as well as your order are going to the the property owner.
And we are in the process of revamping that process, Special Magistrate, again, under 6-12. My position would be it's only as to the business owner who's actually engaging in the sale of the alcohol beverage, underage to underage
Okay.
purchaser.
And certainly that's the person who commits the alleged offense, so I don't disagree with that. And because it is a violation of state law, it has to be the business owner that's ultimately held responsible. But, so I'll think about that. Let me hear from the gentleman who's here, who runs the business. What's your, you said you've been at this location for how long?
I think 2019, August or September, something like that.
Okay. Have
I
you?
don't remember the exact date.
Did the city find out anything else about whether this is in fact the first or the fourth offense? Is it the fourth offense at this location,
For my
but not
purposes,
against?
I only know the address as being 2121. There, I don't know as far as the business, they could be correct, and I can't speak to that. Yeah, but I can't speak to, they were here last, that's got to be at least their second offense, because they were here, we had a meeting with the same address, within, what, 2 months ago? They were here 2 months ago.
With this gentleman? So you've been here
Yes,
before for
yes,
the same
yes, yes,
violation?
It's got to be at least their second offense.
How many times have you been in code enforcement for this same thing?
For, this is on the courthouse is second time. But in last 17 years, I never got ticket. That's my employee. So what happened, last one, I accept that is we made a mistake. But this one, the things happened so quick, it not even take 15 seconds to another customer, he bought it, and she's our regular customer. She purchases the beer every day, several times on that, our location.
Well, right, but the testimony of the other person who was here is that there's video showing that the underage person was handed the same beer outside of the establishment. So you can't, my issue is you can't circumvent the law by checking an ID, seeing if the person is 18 or whatever they are that's underage, and then sell it to an adult who's standing in the room who you know is going to then give the same alcoholic beverage to a minor.
I understand that concept, but usually, what happened in our store, the last 17 years I've been working, in this case, what happened when we refuse someone to sell it, then the customer asks someone, can you please buy that beer for me and buy the tobacco for me? In this case, nothing happened. And top of this, the person the lady, she buy the beer, she was purchasing before the gentleman was studying 19 years old or whatever it is. So, and the money also not handed from his to her. So she paid from her own pocket. So, in this case, I'm thinking like, how I'm going to figure out, because this person is regular to my store, the lady. She even, I don't think so, I see her today, but she's come yesterday. She come every day in my store.
Okay. Let me ask the sergeant, your testimony was that you heard what while the transaction was occurring?
They shot him down, it was, and then the source was about to leave. The female in the store said she'd buy it for him.
Okay, so
but
it's not nothing happened. It's there was a verbal correspondence or a verbal communication that the woman who was
nothing
of age,
happened.
Well, that the sergeant is testifying to something different.
I don't know, because we don't have the video record, and in video we don't see something conversation like that.
Right. Well,
and the money also, he put it in the side. We can see the person, he grabbed his own money, and the lady, she took the beer and she walked outside. She paid from her own pocket, and that's my question is there, when usually someone wants to, like I'm underage, I want to buy the beer. So if I tell someone, so I will know, the clerk will know that she's buying for him. But my clerk, he doesn't realize she's buying for him.
Well, that's the part I'm not seeming to understand, because if someone says audibly out loud, which is the testimony of the sergeant, that I'll buy this for you, that is very clear what is about to happen, right?
if this type of conversation happen, then I don't know, I can say, but that is going to be the third party sale, but
So
it's on a bulletproof case, it's sometime, I don't know, you could miss hearing that too, but if you watch the video, it is like not even 10 seconds. Like the person, he refused to sell the beer, my clerk, he refused to sell the beer to him, and right away she picked up money, she said, I buy beer. But then according to my clerk, he says, I don't want to sell it to her, and then she said, no, I'm buying for myself. And then she bought the beer, because she's a regular customer, how we don't figure out that, like, she comes every day.
I understand. I understand, but I think you need to do a little bit more training with your clerks.
We already fired him.
Right, okay. So that may even solve that. But again, like I said before, you can't circumvent the system by not selling to the person that you know is underage and then sell it to the guy behind him who is of age and then have them pass it along. So let me ask the city, if this is in fact only a second offense, what would the fine be?
It'd be the same. The first fine's $250,
It's
second
$250,
fine
and then
is
everyone is-
$500.
May I inquire, Special Magistrate, are we saying, is this, officer, is this in fact the second offense? We're saying that he was here, or have there been other offenses? The officer.
The only one I can remember, I know that they were here, last month. Before that one, is we had a break where we weren't doing these for a period of time. So I don't know if the company had changed hands between that time, but obviously I know the two within the last month and a half or so.
Okay, and he's admitted that he was here at least once, so in terms of, my only concern was, is the fine amount different? If it's no different between the second and the fourth, I'm not sure that it matters.
The only thing that would matter if it continues and be a problem over and over again, then the number of offenses would make a difference as far as what the city would like to do moving
Right, and
forward.
I guess in whatever the city is doing to distinguish between the business operator and the address, if the officer's testimony is that there were 4 offenses at that address, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were this business.
That is correct.
Okay.
I would agree. The only thing I'd like to highlight, Special Magistrate, is again, going back to Section 6-13, Enforcement and Penalties, subsection A. It provides for a number of different penalty and remedies. While 162 says, in addition to any other penalty provided in this section, a person violating this article shall be subject to the penalties and procedures of 162, which would trigger the notice to the property owner. But again, we could go under Section -113 of the code, and as you're aware, the Special Magistrate, the setting can hear any code violation under the city, and that would be our position, that at this present time, in this case, the property owner has no standing. We're going after the business owner because of the violation of selling of underage alcoholic beverages to under 21. That would be our position.
Okay, and can I see the notice of violation? Section 6-13 doesn't appear on the agenda for any of these cases.
Yeah, we talked about this
We're
after these were already
revamping it,
submitted.
and I understand that, and that was his testimony. That's why I just mentioned 6-13, but in the future.
But is this the language of 6-13 that's on the screen here?
Yes. Let's see. Yes, that is actually the language of 6-13, though it cites Florida Statute 562.11, which is the state violation of selling alcohol beverages to underage, to minors. But the actual language, in addition to any other penalty, yes, is 6-13.
Same language from the city code, but you actually didn't cite him for 6-13 on the notice of violation.
Well, we technically did, because the language is there, though it isn't there, Section 6-12. The language here is actually, in fact, 6-13. We're just missing the 6-13.
The heading, okay. Anything further from you all?
I just want to, I know you guys are discussing the issue as whether or not the property owner has standing. Is there been a decision made as to that based off of the statute that the city is operating under? And also, if the city is operating under a particular statute, just want to confirm that any penalties are not going to be levied against the property owner for this hearing.
I can respond to that. That is correct. Our position is there is no standing, and of course, if you have no standing, we cannot levy fines towards the property owner, and we're not seeking to do so.
And I understand that that's your position. I just want to know if that's what the finding is and that I'm no longer allowed to speak, or am I going
That
to
would
be
be
able
the
to?
special magistrate.
Yeah, I haven't made a formal ruling on that. I'm still not, let me ask the city attorney, I don't understand how the business owner doesn't have standing to speak, yet you have to have them here to effectuate legal service under 162.
The business owner or the
The
property owner?
I'm sorry, the property
Okay.
owner.
I understand that in the past, it's been where we've, because of 162-22, under the statute, the property owner is triggered for notice. I don't know if in the past, because as you know, I'm recently doing these, if usually the property owner and the business owner are the same, and that's what has been customary. In this particular case, there's a difference. But again, in my review, and as I've stated, we're revamping the process. In my review of the ordinance, as well as the state statute, the violation goes towards the violator, who's the business owner selling. The issue here is notice, but even if we provided the business property owner notice, we're not going after them at this point in time, so we may have to look into that further. I don't know.
Okay, so I guess for the purposes of today, because I'm gonna let all the testimony in, I'm gonna let you, I'm not gonna find that you don't have standing, because I feel like they've cited this so that you were given notice, you're on the notice of violation, you're on the order that's gonna be issued. I do understand that with regard to the actual activity, that is against the business owner. So I'm gonna let all the testimony that's been given here stand. I'm gonna let you say anything else as counsel for the property owner that you'd like to say before I make a final ruling. I will, for the record, make clear that the violation is to be paid, the fine amount is to be paid by the business operator rather than the property owner. I will make sure that the order reflects that, because that's certainly who, by admission of the gentleman here, that the property, or that the business engaged in. So I'll make sure that the order reflects that. Having said that, is there anything else you'd like me to hear?
Just one point of clarification. I think that it's been mentioned or assumed that what was discussed between the adult and the underage individual was overheard by the clerk. There is no testimony that actually proves that that actually occurred. What we do know is that there may have transpired a conversation between the adult and the minor. Whether or not that was overheard by the clerk and there was an understanding by the clerk that this adult would be purchasing this alcoholic beverage for this minor is unknown.
But let me stop you there. That's not accurate. I have testimony from the sergeant saying that he heard the of-age individual say that she would purchase the alcohol for the minor. That's the testimony I have here. So whether the business clerk heard it or not isn't relevant. The testimony I have here is that the officer did hear that.
I'm not saying that that wasn't said. I'm saying that the clerk has to know that he's permitting a minor or some adult to purchase the beverage for a minor. And we don't know that the clerk knew that was actually going to happen. We don't know that the clerk heard the adult saying, hey, I'm going to purchase this for the minor. What we do know the clerk heard, based off the testimony of the grocery store owner, is that the adult said, I'm buying this for me. We don't know that the clerk knew that this adult was purchasing it for the minor. What we hear from him is that she was purchasing it for herself.
Okay, understood. Anything further?
No.
Anything further from you, sir?
No, thank you. You can, if you want to watch the video, I can show you, but I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure that the video helps confirm what the city is alleging happened. I mean, exactly what they're alleging happened transpired right outside the doors is what the testimony of the property owner's attorney is.
Again, it's might be miscommunication with my clerk and the customer, but if the customer say that I'm going to buy the beer for you, that is the third party sale. I understand that, but as long as I don't know if you can consider something in this time because of the situation, it's up to you.
Well, I guess where you have to, it would be strange for someone to be denied the sale of alcohol, that can of beer sit on the counter, and then the next person in line want to purchase exactly what is sitting there, having heard.
The lady, she was buying the beer,
Right.
After finish her purchase, then the boy came, and and the boy wants to buy the Bud Light. And my clerk, he refused to sell it to him. And then the lady before, standing over there, he's packing her beer. She buy right away that beer.
So that's even worse than if she had been standing behind him. She was already done with her purchase. That's what he just said. She was bagging up her items.
I believe there is some language barrier. Based on the video, what you see is that the individual is at the counter with her own beer. There's, I believe, like a 6-pack and some other beer that she has on the counter. Then you see, I guess the minor comes up with a separate can of beer. She was beginning the process of purchasing the beer, and in that process, she gives the clerk money, and then she takes all the beer on the counter and puts it in her bag.
Exactly.
That's what happened.
Okay. All right. I've heard, I think, all that I need to hear. You need to do a little bit more training with your clerks. If that person has since been let go, I don't know. But do some more training, because you can't get around the law by having someone else purchase for an underage individual and then have that transaction happen outside. That's not acceptable. So given the testimony I've heard today, I'm going to ask you one more time for anything else you'd like to hear, and then I'm going to make a ruling, okay? Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from you, ma'am?
Your Honor, considering the circumstance and that the business owner has since relieved this clerk of the duty of working for the store, I would just ask on their behalf that you decrease the fine.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, not to make it adversarial, but I think I heard counsel saying she does not represent the owner, a business operator, so I don't think it's prudent to ask that of the special magistrate, and we maintain this is a second violation, and we're requesting the full amount requested by the city.
I appreciate that testimony, and given the way that this case was said, I've taken all of her testimony. I'll enter into the record the city's case file as Composite Exhibit 1. Based on the testimony of the sergeant, the photographs in the case file, the documents in the case file, I'll find that service is good for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony and the evidence in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of Section 6-12 of the city code, and because this is a second offense by admission of the business operator, I will assess a one-time fine of $500. So my hope, again, with all due respect, is not to see you again. I hope you implement the right training. It sounds like you're trying to do the right thing to stop this from happening. I urge you to continue doing that, okay, sir?
Thank you so much. I write it down in Bengali language everywhere to those people. The people work over here, the Bengali, so make sure they don't sell to beer to a minor, third party, and all this. But
that's exactly right. Keep passing the message along, okay, sir?
Thank you so much.
Good luck to
Thank
you. Thank you.
Sir, here's a copy of your order. Sir? Okay,
Sir, she's got a copy of your order right there. Thank you.
Number 40, PD 24050425, 4000 South Dixie Highway, Marathon.
Hello, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Thursday, April 11, 2024, I was supervisor for a alcohol compliance operation. It was designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking AD prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I was using the confidential sources that were under the age of 21 that prior proven trustworthy. At approximately 19:15 hours, the confidential sources did a marathon at 4000 South Dixie. Upon entering, they retrieved a single can of 4 Loco beer, 13% by alcohol. Confidential source walked to the counter, placed it on the counter. Clerk did a great job of refusing, again, asking for ID and then refusing sale. Another patron inside overheard the conversation, offered to buy the beer for the confidential source. The confidential source handed the patron the money, then used that money was used to sell to the clerk to buy the alcohol. Again, it was clear that the alcohol was sold for the confidential source. After receiving change, they came outside, made contact with me. I walked back inside, made contact with the clerk, and explained to them that they had sold. We believe the city, that the business marathon has violated City Ordinance 6-12 and 6-13. This is their 6th offense. We're asking for a $500 fine.
I'm sorry, that was very fast. What was the fine?
500.
500, thank you. All right, your name, sir?
Nuruddin Sheikh.
And you
I'm the
are,
owner of the business.
you're the owner. Did the city attorney have anything else before I turn to respondent?
No, Magistrate.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, so you've heard what the sergeant has said, that this is your sixth offense, your alleged sixth offense for selling to an underage or having someone who is of age take money from the underage individual. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do understand that. And we do have a training system and we try our best to stop it. We have beautiful training system, but somehow it's not what, people, whoever they employ, they're not listening. And I talk with the office and tell them to work it out with the city of West Palm Beach to find some way to stop it, because I don't want it to sell underage. And we want to stop the incidents. So I'm really feel guilty for it, and hopefully we'll do next time. We try to fix it. Still, I'm not confirmed, but I think we'll do it. So
Okay,
we do
so you're
more
gonna-
training, and we have to set up City of West Palm Beach Police Department. And I don't know how success are they too, because every time I have some other city, I have a business, but every time I see the City of West Palm Beach is, I don't know, they reduce it to selling the underage, or they are, because some system is the issue in there. We're training our people, you need to understand that. But whoever they employ, they don't care sometimes. Sometimes they lost the job and they get another job. So they need to have some punishment with the employee. I'm okay to pay fine, but you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand.
In some other city, if you sell underage, you have to go jail. Easy, do it something, then people get scared.
Right. All right, I appreciate your efforts, continue the training, that's the best thing you can do.
Keep doing, I'm
Right,
tired
and-
of it. Sometimes I think I should shut it down, the business.
Right, yeah, I appreciate the efforts that you have done to do the training. Unfortunately, like you say, it's for some of your employees, it's not sinking in or it's not working. So, continue to train and perhaps evaluate whether the folks who are not following the training need some action. I have to assess the fine based on the fact that it is your sixth offense. I am gonna find you in violation based on the testimony that I've heard. Assess the fine against you. My hope is, these are not huge fines, but they do keep you continuing to do the training. So,
Yes, I do. Thank you.
I hope you ultimately are successful and you don't have to come back.
I wish I'll be the success, but it's something is missing in there. You
Yeah,
understand
I
I'm
hear what
trying
you're
to tell you?
saying. Do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered into the record? It's the notice documents and the photographs. Any
Yeah.
objection to those? And that's the ownership verification page from the property appraiser website,
Mhm.
the posting of affidavit. Any objection to those documents being entered?
No.
All right, with that, in case PD 240504330, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1. I'll find based on the testimony and evidence in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12. Based on the affidavit of posting, the city had good service for today. Given the fact that this is your sixth offense, I will assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500. Good luck with the training. I hope it proves successful for you, okay,
Good
sir?
luck with the City of West Palm Beach. Hopefully they will reduce it.
Very good, sir. She'll give you an
Thank
order.
you.
Thank you.
Number 41, 1813 North Tairman Avenue, PD 240504330, A&A Groceries.
All right, Sergeant Colin, City of West Palm Beach Police, on Friday, April 26, 2024, as a case supervisor for alcohol operation that was designed to check point-of-sale vendors. They're probably checking IDs prior to selling alcohol, in order to do so using accountable sources under the age of 21 at the time. At approximately 13:54 hours, the accountable sources entered A&A Grocery at 1813 North Tamron Upon entering the store, the company source retrieved 2 cans of strawberry margaritas, 8% by alcohol by volume. They walked to the clerk, stood behind another customer who was helping the clerk. The unknown customer offered to pay for the alcohol. They refused. Then eventually they ended up buying the alcohol for the underage clerk. Following the incident, I made contact with the clerk, advising they sold to an underage, or allowed an underage person to be purchase alcohol for. This is their first offense. We're asking, and they violated 6-12, we're asking that they get one-time fine of $250.
Anything additional from the city?
No, Magistrate.
And you said this, you went a little fast on that one, so I'm sorry if I didn't hear you correctly. You said the underage person presented, they were denied service, presented
Yes.
their ID, were denied service.
Correct.
And then.
They didn't present their ID. I think they asked their age, and they told them their age was underage, but then the person behind them, next to them, purchased it.
Okay. Was there discussion between the two individuals?
This one wasn't recorded, so I don't, to be honest, I don't, there's something that failed with the comm, so I don't have the conversation between them.
Did you witness the alcohol be provided to the minor?
Only through testimony from the CI coming back to me. I wasn't inside the store. All this is done by comms, and the comms went down during this one, so I don't have the exact conversation.
Okay. All right, your name, sir?
I'm at the beta.
And what's your relation to the property?
I'm the owner of the business.
You're the business owner, okay. So do you understand what the city is saying? They're saying that an underage individual went into your store, was not allowed to purchase alcohol, but a person behind them who was of age was allowed to make the purchase for the person, for the underage person?
Yeah.
Are you training your clerks? Are you going to be training your clerks to try to prevent this?
Honestly, he is not a worker over there, but he just was helping me in that specific day, and then, I mean, whatever happens, so.
Okay, so he doesn't work for you all the time?
No.
Okay. Anything else you'd like me to hear? Okay, the documents that you've seen on the screen, do you have any objection to those being entered into the record? No? Okay. All right, in case PD 24050427, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1. I'll find the city had good service for today's hearing based on those documents. I'll find based on the testimony of the sergeant as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, and I'll assess a one-time fine of $250. Do your best to make sure that this type of thing doesn't happen going forward, okay? Thank you, sir.
Definitely will.
Copy of the order.
Okay, thanks. I can leave. You guys have a nice day.
Thank you. Number 42, 711 Belvedere Road, Shop Smart Food Store, PD 24050427.
Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Friday, April 26, 2024, I was a supervisor for an alcohol compliance operation that was designed to check point-of-sale vendors. They were properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. And in order to do so, I used confidential sources that were under age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 13:10 hours, the confidential source entered Shop Mart at 711 Belvedere. Upon entering the store, the confidential source picked up a can of Twisted Tea, which is 5% by alcohol by volume. Confidential source went to the clerk, was able to purchase the alcohol without having to present any ID or being asked their age. And following the incident, I made contact with the clerk, explained to them that they had sold, and took a picture of the alcohol and the clerk that sold it. I believe that the business is, Shop Mart's in violation of City 6-12 and 6-13. This is their fourth offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $500.
Nothing further other than respectfully request the photographs, testimony of the officer, and the case file be admitted into evidence.
Okay, thank you. Your name, ma'am?
Arena Khan.
Thank you. And your relation to the,
I'm the owner. This is my first time.
okay. And you, is that you or is that someone else on the photo?
Me.
That was you, okay. All right, do you understand what the city is saying? That you need to be, that
Yes.
you sold alcohol without checking ID to an underage individual?
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that you're not allowed to do that?
Yes. but I'm saying like this is my first time selling underage.
Okay. Are you, you're aware of what you need to do going forward, which is check
Yes.
ID and ensure that the person is of
Yeah, I have
age?
the signs and everything, and the day the girl came in, I was on the phone making an order. I was in a hurry and I didn't check it.
Okay, so it's just a mistake.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you'd like me to hear? Okay. And unfortunately, what the officer's telling me is that this is the fourth offense of the business. So your other clerks have
Yeah, the other girl, not me.
not you yourself, okay. All right, the documents on the screen, do you have any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. With that, in case PD 24050424, I'm gonna enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. Based on the photographs and the testimony of the sergeant, I'm gonna find that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12 of the city code for the underage alcohol sale, and I'm gonna assess a one-time fine of $500, given this is the fourth offense for the business. Make sure it doesn't happen again going forward. Continue to do whatever training you're doing to ensure it doesn't happen, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 43, 717 North Tamron Avenue, Downtown Food Store, PD 24050424.
Right, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On April 10th, 2024, I was a case agent for an alcohol compliance operation, checking point-of-sale vendors, they're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I was using confidential sources under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 20:50 hours, a confidential source entered downtown food store at 717 North Tamron. Upon entering the store, they picked up a single can of Bud Light, 4.2 alcohol by volume. The confidential source went to the clerk, placed it on the counter, and the beer was sold without checking the source's ID or asking their age. Paid by West Palm Beach expenditure funds. Came back to the car, made contact with me, picked up the beer and went inside, made contact with the clerk, took a picture of the clerk and the alcohol that was sold. I believe that they violated City Order 6-12, 6-13. This is their second offense. We're asking for a one-time fee of $500.
Nothing further, Magistrate, other than the photographs, testimony, and case file be admitted into evidence.
Okay, thank you. Your name, sir?
Mohammed Rahman,
And what's your relation to the business?
I'm the owner.
You're the owner. Do you understand what the sergeant just said?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and that's you in the photo?
No.
That's not you. It looks like
No.
very,
Everybody says the same thing.
sorry about that. All right, do you understand, what the alleged violation is?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to implement some additional training to ensure it doesn't happen again?
Yes, we are trying to our best to train our employees. It's the second time, but it's a different clerk. It's not the same person did the first time.
Okay.
So still the previous person was saying something like it has to be some sort of punishment for the individuals too who is selling it, because we are training them, we keep telling them the same thing, and every time different clerks are doing it, not intentionally. I believe it's not intentionally,
Right.
but they are making the same type of mistake. I understand as a business owner, we are responsible for it too, but the individual has to be responsible for it too.
And unfortunately, that's the quandary. They're responsible to you. So if they continue to sell to underage people, you have to do what you need to do in terms of,
No, I'm not saying it's the city's responsibility. I'm just saying like, it's not only my responsibility, it's the individual's
right,
responsibility.
right. No, I hear what you're saying. Unfortunately, as you say, the responsibility ultimately falls to you as the business owner.
Yes.
Because these are your employees who are
We
making
are
the
trying our
sales.
best to train them, and we're making some plan to update the register too, so the register can ask for ID every time we sell some tobacco and alcohols. So everything we cannot do it overnight, it takes a little time.
Okay.
So I'll try my best.
Yeah,
to-
keep implementing as much training as you can, and any, like you're saying, electronic mechanisms you can put in place to make sure that an ID is checked before a sale. That certainly would be beneficial. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No.
All right, anything else from the city?
No, Magistrate.
All right, in case PD 24050431, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection. I'll find, based on the documents in that case file, that there was sufficient service. I'll find, based on the photographs and the testimony, that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, and because this is a second offense, I'll assess a one-time fine of $500. So continue on the training, and hopefully this is the
I
last
will.
time, okay? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Number 44, 5914 South Dixie Highway, Dixie Food and Beverage, PD 24050431.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant Cole, City of West Palm Beach.
Hold on one second. I think that was the one. What was the last case? Oh, somehow I'm off on let me reopen the last case. I think I read the wrong number into the record.
Oh,
Last case was 717.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me correct the ruling on the last case. That should have been PD 24050424. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
All right, go ahead, you said?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Sergeant Cole, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Thursday, April 11, 2024, I was the case supervisor for an alcohol compliance operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used the confidential sources, the underage 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 19:30 hours, the confidential source entered Dixie Food and Beverage at 5914 South Dixie. Confidential source picked up a Corona, 5% alcohol by volume, walked to the clerk. The clerk sold without properly checking ID. Initially asked to see their government issued ID, which they did. It shows that they were 19 at the time of the operation. The clerk looked at the property, looked at the ID, but did not properly read it, I guess, and sold the alcohol anyway, even though the ID shows that they're 19. Based on that, I believe the business violated City Order 6-12 and 6-13. This is their third offense. I asked that a one-time fine of $500.
Nothing further from the city, just asking the magistrate to admit the photographs, testimony of the officer, and the case file as evidence into the record.
Okay. Thank you. Your name?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Khan Jakaria, I'm the manager.
You're the manager of the store. Do you understand what the sergeant said?
Yes, with due respect, I'm asking for pardon and forgiveness. I'm responsible for it. We made a mistake, but she asked her ID. The lady showed the ID, but it was a glasses. She just showed the ID and put it back right away in her wallet. But it was an honest mistake, but it's our fault. We apologize. We're asking pardon. I'm just asking if you can reduce the fine. We are struggling right now. That's all. It's our fault. I may apologize for everything.
Yeah, so I appreciate that testimony. Unfortunately, this is the third time. It's good that they asked for ID, that your clerk asked for ID, but if you ask for the ID and the ID isn't sufficient for the sale to happen, the sale shouldn't happen. So I am going to assess the fine in the amount of $500 because that's what the city's code allows. My hope is that you'll continue to train your clerks, that if somebody puts the ID up very quickly and they don't see it correctly, ask them to show it again so that they're comfortable that the person making the purchase is of legal age to make the purchase.
I will.
Okay, I appreciate you being here today. Is there anything else you'd like me to hear?
No, I'm just asking forgiveness and pardon if you can do.
Okay.
Reduce the fine because business is really, really slow.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm sorry to hear that in terms of the business, but I do appreciate you admitting to the error.
Yes,
and
our fault. I may apologize from
I
bottom of my
appreciate
heart.
that. Do you have any objection to the documents on the screen being entered into the record?
No objection at all.
Okay. With that, in
Magistrate,
case,
I'm sorry, Magistrate, I'm not sure, I heard was asking for a reduction. What your ruling was, are you going to give a
I
reduction?
haven't made the ruling yet. I was
Okay.
just about to.
So for the record, the city would object based on the fact that this is the third violation, object to any reduction of the fine, and we would request for the $500 fine.
Understood, thank you. All right, with that, I will admit the evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection in case PD 24050431. I'll find based on the notice documents that the city had good service. I'll find based on the testimony of the sergeant as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12. And because this is a third offense, I will assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500. All right, keep going with the training. Make sure that I don't see you again with all due respect.
Thank you
Okay,
very
sir?
much.
Thank you.
Number 45, 901 Belvedere Road, Mobile, PD 24050429.
Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Friday, April 26, 2024, I was a supervisor for alcohol compliance operations designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used confidential sources that were under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 13:33 hours, confidential source entered mobile at 901 Belvedere. Confidential source picked up a 12-pack of Smirnoff, 5% alcohol by volume. Confidential source clerk walked to the counter, placed it on the counter, and talked to the clerk. Was able to purchase the alcohol without producing ID or being asked their age. I believe that the business violated City Ordinance 6-12 and 6-13. This is their sixth offense. We're asking for a $500 fine.
Anything further from the city?
No, Magistrate, other than respectfully request the photographs, testimony, and case file be admitted into evidence as to the record.
Okay, thank you. Your name, sir?
Salman Ahmed.
Okay, what's your relation to the business?
On.
You're the owner. So you've heard what the city has said. They're telling me this is your sixth offense. Do you have anything you can tell me about that? Are you training your clerks, training your employees?
Yes, we've been training constantly all this time, but I know it's a sixth offense, but I think it's over the, I'm not trying to say this is the reason I'm trying to protect, but it's been like from, what, 20 years? So this should not continue. It should not be the sixth or seventh. It's not acceptable.
So this should be your last offense, hopefully?
Yes,
Okay.
we don't want that to happen, but sorry.
Okay.
This is not.
The documents that you've seen on the screen behind me, do you have any objection to those documents being entered?
This is fine.
It's okay, all right. With that, anything else, sir? All right, anything else from the city?
No, Magistrate.
All right, with that, in case PD 24050429, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents, there's sufficient service. I'll find based on the photographs and the testimony of the sergeant that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, and I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500, given this is the sixth offense. All right, continue the training, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and lastly, number 46 for 2701 Lake Avenue Marathon Food Mart, PD 24050428.
Once again, Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. Friday, April 26, 2024, I was the case supervisor for an alcohol compliance operation that was designed to check point-of-sale vendors prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used confidential sources that were under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. Approximately 13:15 hours, confidential sources entered Marathon at 2701 Lake Avenue. They picked up a 12-pack of Smirnoff Ice, which is 5% alcohol by volume. Confidential source walked to the checkout counter and made contact with the clerk. The clerk initially asked for ID, asked the age of the person. They lied to him, said they were 22, if I remember correctly, but they did not ask him to produce ID. They sold the alcohol without having to produce ID. They came back to the clerk, gave me the alcohol. I made contact with the clerk and explained to them that they had to check ID prior to selling. I believe that the business Marathon violated City Ordinance 6-12 and City 6-13, and it's their second offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $500.
Nothing further from the city other than we're requesting the photographs, testimony of the officer, and case file be admitted into the evidence as record.
Okay, thank you. Your names for the record?
My name is Mohammed Mia. I'm the owner.
And are you going to speak, sir?
He's the clerk.
He's the clerk, okay. You heard what the city said? This is your second offense, your alleged second offense for selling without checking ID?
Yes.
Okay, do you understand what you need to do to train your employees to make sure that
Yes.
they're checking ID?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have one more request that my clerk was asking, but physically, he did not find the ID, but he was asking how old are you, and so this is the.
Yeah, people lie all the time
Mistake.
to clerks to get alcohol, that's why you have to check ID.
Right, so that you need to make sure that you train your clerks to actually look at the ID. You can't
Yes.
go on what someone's telling you, because obviously
So
they're
I want to
not always
request
telling
if
you the truth.
If
Okay.
you can let me to go for this time, I will be very sure about it. And,
So I can't do that. Selling alcohol to people who are not of age to purchase and subsequently consume alcohol is a serious thing. So I do encourage you to ramp up your training. Make sure that all of your clerks understand what they're required by law to do in terms of checking ID. This is only your second offense, but it indicates that you have done this, or your clerk, one of your other clerks has done this at least one time.
In 20
so
years,
That's
in
good.
second.
That's very good. So you're doing
So-
something right most of the time. Anything else you'd like me to hear, sir?
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any objection to the documents on the screen being entered into the record?
No.
Okay,
Yes.
with that, in case PD 24050428, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. I'll find based on the documents that service was sufficient for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the sergeant as well as the evidence and documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12. And because this is a second offense, I'll assess a one-time fine of $500. So continue with your training, and hopefully you don't come back to me again, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything further from the city?
Let's let them get us off the record.
All right, I'll adjourn the hearing at 1:35, hearing nothing further.